coming to you. Ah, fantastic, well done, technical team. And I must note that he's been here. In fact, I think you were one of the earliest people who came.
Thank you, Johnson.
Thank you so much. Tell us your name and 50 years. How significant is it to celebrate?
Thank you, Johnson. Good morning to you all. My name is Dr. Shroff, and I'm the head of the R&D. I'm a scientist by profession, Excel Foods Division. 50 years is a long time. The only thing which comes to my mind is Kebs has done a yeoman service to the nation. And I wish Kebs more years and more cake cutting to be done where I can also participate personally. Thank you.
Dr. Shroff, a big round of applause. Thank you so much. Many thanks for your commitment. Human service, it's about service to humanity. And ladies and gentlemen, we are standing on the shoulders of great men and women. And I'm sure there are those joining us online who want to celebrate you. By the way, take note of menti.com because we'll be using the same platform. So whether you're watching us from Kenya, Africa, across the globe, please note that we value your comments. Talk to us. 50 years. 50 years. That's significant. Your name?
Good morning. My name is Gertrude Moke. I work in Kebs in the electronics department.
So Gertrude, why should we celebrate 50 years? Is it really important? Why?
Yes, I think it's important to celebrate 50 years of quality work which has been done by Kenya Bureau of Standards. We have done a lot by empowering SMEs and also customers. So I think we have done a lot in terms of quality work and standard in the country. And all of those years, I think we have the need to celebrate 50 years. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gertrude. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's move to the next question. We were asking a very simple question. Describe Kebs in one word. But now we have another question. Let's look at the question. Let's look at the question. Let's look at the question. Kebs, we celebrate you. Video iko tayari? Selfie video my brother. Selfie video ambayo ama mimi nikupige, wacha nikupige video pale. Sawa sawa. Naomba tafadhali Kirui, sio? Haya, moja nitasema 1 2 3 celebrating Kebs at 50. Tujaribu. 1 2 3 celebrating Kebs at 50. 1 2 3 celebrating Kebs at 50. Haya, hii ni video ya Bwana Kirui. Watu hapa Kebs wanamsherehekea na tunasema asante sana baba. Na tunasema sote nini? 1 2 3 celebrating Kebs at 50. 1 2 3 celebrating Kebs at 50. Fantastic. Mpelekee video bana. Asanteni sana. You may kindly take your seats. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, many thanks Bwana Kirui. We are here to celebrate. We are here to celebrate. Bwana Omono, karibu sana. Naomba uje tafadhali. You know, we need to celebrate every person who is here. I'm told you only celebrate 50 years once. How significant is this day for you?
Thank you so much, Makazi. Omolo is my name. I chair at TC here, TC 158, Statistical Tools and Basic Measurement. Now, how significant is celebrating 50 years? That only once. Is that it is 10 years just after 40. When life starts at 40. I think that's how significant it is. Just 10 years just after life began.
Wow.
Thank you so much. I think that's how I look at it.
Excellent. Makofi. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to discuss this particular theme, let's have the screen. Shared vision.
time we say thus far you have enabled us to reach in our various capacities in service of this nation within Kebs, and also our partners, our guests. We want to thank you for them. We thank you for the chief guests. We thank you, Lord, for all the guests. We want to also thank you, Father, for the management led by our CEO and the board and the directors, and we want to thank you for the Kebs fraternity. Father, we pray for your guidance and wisdom as we serve your people, that, Lord, we shall be able to do it with excellence, with justice, in the name of Jesus. Father, we thank you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much. You may kindly take your seats, Asanteni Sana. And ladies and gentlemen, to give us the overview of this particular day so that we are all on the same page, please welcome Engineer Zachariah Lukorito. Makofi yake tafadhali. Karibu sana. We celebrate you. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Good morning. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Our technical committee chairpersons, technical committee members, invited guests, CEOs present, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to stand before you this morning and give a brief overview of the event that we are celebrating today. I understand the MC has already given us an overview, but I feel it's important that I go through briefly why we are all here this morning. In 1946, delegates from 25 countries met in London to discuss creating an international organization focused on fostering world standardization. A year later, that's 1947, the International Organization for Standardization was created. However, it was until 1970 that the first World Standards Day was celebrated on October 14th. World Standards Day, celebrated on October 14th every year, raises awareness about the need for the global standardization of products and its importance to the world. On this day, members of the International Electrotechnical Commission, IEC, the International Telecommunication Union, ITU, and the Organization for International Standardization, ISO, and people all over the world celebrate this day to collaborate efforts by experts, volunteers, and indeed all who engage in standardization activities worldwide, drawing people's attention to the importance of written standards on global economy. This is to pay tribute to the concerted efforts of thousands of experts around the globe who formulate the voluntary technical agreements, normally turning into standards that we call international standards for products or processes, what it should look like, and what it should do or accomplish, published as international standards. Kebs being a member of ISO and IEC, and therefore today, we join the rest of the world annually. We join the rest of the world to celebrate this great day. Ladies and gentlemen, as the world continues to experience rapid globalization where markets in the different corners are increasingly becoming open, national boundaries are disappearing and new challenges are emerging. A technical standard applicable to all nations and the people have become pertinent. All over the world, various events are also held in respect of the World Standards Day, and today, as I have mentioned, we join the rest of the world in marking this important day in the calendar of the international standardization. For us at Kebs, it is not just the World Standards Day that we are celebrating today. It is a great day that we also mark 50 years of our existence, having been established on 12th July 1976. Ladies and gentlemen, as we celebrate the 5th anniversary, it is important to reflect on the past successes, shape tomorrow as we innovate today for a sustainable future, and that's why we are here today. With those, ladies and gentlemen, feel welcome and let us celebrate this day together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are ready for our panel discussion. Shared vision for a better world. Spotlight on SDG 9. Industry, innovation, and infrastructure in the age of AI. I'd kindly call upon the panelists, Alois Sierra, Monica Akoth, Alex Kamau, Dr. Murigi Kiula, Dr. Joshua Njiru, Lolem Lokolile. Karibuni sana, please take the stage. Welcome, 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 welcome. If you have any questions, please keep the Menti tab on. 10 minutes past the hour. We only have about 20 minutes for this, so I kindly request our dear panelists keep your remarks to at least 1 minute so that we can get as many comments as possible.
Very crucial in promoting innovation, is an area that has really been inclusive design and accessibility. We find that a large percentage of people or of the population have been excluded historically from technology and from using innovative products. That's persons with disability. So standards are very important and crucial in ensuring that persons with disability are included and can use innovative products and can also use technology. So this standards can do this by ensuring that right from the onset, when innovations and when technology products are being developed, they're designed to be inclusive for all, regardless of ability, regardless of age, regardless of gender. And we know for a fact that the United Nations has identified accessibility for all in ICT products, to accessibility for all as a human right. And in this regard, the Kenya Bureau of Standards in 2022 developed a standard to ensure inclusivity for ICT products for persons with disability. So, yeah.
Excellent. Thank you. A big round with Monica, right? Big round of applause to Monica. If you have any questions for Monica, just start with her name and question, and we'll appreciate it. Your name, please.
And then innovation is simply the way in which we meet society's needs by providing solutions that answer to the questions that are most about safety, we need to be concerned about efficacy, we need to be concerned about the well-being of the society. Now, when standards come into place, they first assure us of joy when consuming the products of innovation.
Joy, what do you mean joy?
Where society's well-being, feel good,
Okay.
look good, and all that goes with it.
All right.
On the other end, it's also protect society from harm. And as we answer to the question,
infrastructure so that we can now have affordable and reusable standards. And the third one is on governance. When you talk about governance and regulations, innovation thrives when there is no regulation, because regulation sometimes will put away innovators. But you need to balance between innovation and then the utility of innovation. So standards also would provide a framework where you'd have governance by principles, so that using policies in a governance framework, you can have solutions that would be acceptable, and then it can also enhance the use of innovation for the better society.
All right, Alois, a big round of applause to the panelists. It's very important. Thank you so much, and please keep your questions coming. Dear panelists, because of time, we'll just give you 1 minute to respond to the questions. One other question here in regards to innovation and traditional ways of doing things and technology and all that. In fact, I'm wondering, Monica, have you ever participated in any experience where VR, virtual reality, is concerned?
No, I haven't participated.
Okay, anyone? Panelists? Virtual reality?
Yes,
Okay.
I have had an experience with it.
Okay.
I think one time with Microsoft.
All right.
Using the HoloLens. Imagine teaching a class of geography where students don't have the luxury of being at the mountain and being able to experience the lava and the boom and all the things that go with formation of volcanic mountains.
That's it, Dr. Murigi, absolutely. In fact, let me show you a particular video. This is what's happening in a welding school in Kenya. Let's just have that particular video. For those who have used VR, it's normally in games, and this was a situation that was recorded by some of the people who are using VR for the first time. Let's take a look at that. So that's what he's seeing.
God have mercy upon us.
Now that your first time might be something like this, but in this school, take a look. This is a welding school.
This looks like a normal workshop with welders at work, but it's not. This is the Toolkit Skills and Innovation Hub, the brainchild of Jane Muigai.
For us at Toolkit, we focus on skills. What is the opportunity for a youth in Africa? And the opportunity lies in skills if we can use the latest technologies.
The students here are undergoing training on the much sought after metal inert gas welding, otherwise referred to as MIG welding. Jane incorporated virtual reality technology as the key tool in training different skills, among them MIG welding. Students are learning welding skills incorporated in VR headsets. When they are done, they are taken to the actual workshop where they practically hone their skills.
The biggest problem in Africa, in Kenya, across all institutions, is training the traditional methods, using outdated equipment, outdated curricula, and instructors that are not being continually upskilled.
So 2 parts of that question. Number one, the role of AI in just enhancing good living, good life. Joy, Monica, what are your thoughts? 1 minute.
Okay, maybe I can answer the first part regarding skills. So we know that innovation and technology has brought about a large skills gap in terms of people who are qualified to develop and use AI technologies. So it's important that the government puts in investment, especially in infrastructure, to allow to be educated and to be trained in AI. So
Appreciate Monica.
No, let me just complete.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so going to bring in an angle of standards also, because I'm a standards
Okay, so I'll read the questions. Just pick one question that you can respond to as you also make your final remarks. Aha. Let's start from the top. So there's a question from Monica. What is the process of approving an innovation? And what is the turnaround time? So that's a question for Monica. Let's look at another question. Dr. Njiru, what's the meaning of SDG 9? Okay. Let's move on to another one that has a clear name. Alexander, what is the level of production of macadamia to necessitate AI? Okay. Dr. Kula, how can AI be safely deployed in healthcare settings while observing ethics and standards? Another question down completely. Dr. Njiru, yes, what global standards should be developed to ensure consistency in AI development and deployment across industries? Okay. All right, so that's just about it. But there was a question for all the panelists. Just go up there. Up, to all, up, down a bit. There was a question for all. Yeah, to all, any panelists. Patent and safeguarding the innovators is a big issue. How is this ensured that an innovator is the real one, not a joy rider? Let's start with Monica.
The question was how to approve an innovation. I'm not really understanding it, but I think this is somebody who is developing an AI system or an AI application and would like the products to be approved or to be certified. The issue is currently we lack regulation in this country for AI, and we lack policies also. So in the absence of regulation, in the absence of policies, standards can be used as a tool for conformity assessment and quality assurance for innovative products. So we are in the process of developing a Kenya standard, the Code of Practice for Artificial Intelligence. So this standard is, this Code of Practice just gives guidelines to people who are developing AI systems and people who are deploying or using AI systems to ensure that the AI system is safe, reliable, and quality issues and risk assessment issues have also been taken into consideration. So we hope that eventually, when this standard is developed and when the AI policy and regulation come into place, we will be able to actually have a conformity assessment scheme to take innovations through the assessment to see if the requirements to these standards are met, and then be able to give them a sort of certification or a conformity assessment certificates or test reports, so that they can actually use and apply these systems. Certification.
Thank you so much. Big round of applause to Monica. Asante sana. Up next, Dr. Muriki, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I think the question to me was how can AI be utilized to drive health while ensuring ethics and science? Mokazi, you did observe the statement that we should be worried about the use of AI. We should also be worried about the developer of AI. What was the intention behind their development? Very important. And so the moral ethical question must be part and parcel of our work in developing all these solutions. Secondly, AI is already being used in healthcare in Kenya. At Kenyatta University Teaching Referral and Research Hospital, we are already utilizing it for developing discharge summaries, in order that once a patient is discharged, you fasten or you hasten the time between when they are declared discharged and the hospital. Very important. They are being used by doctors to arrive at a quicker diagnosis. They are being already used to help us to discover trends. Like for instance, do we see a correlation between a particular drug and a particular disease? And how can it quickly inform institutional and government action to ensure healthcare is delivered very well? It also helps us in, for example, in a reading X-ray, you want to depend on a radiologist. some of the most rare skills around, you can now utilize AI to augment the few that we have. In other words, we're able to reach more with fewer than it was ever before. And even if we were to think about the question of an expert looking at those, delivering care, imagine of this radiologist with 80 scans in a day. They require somebody to help us to arrive at that quicker diagnosis, and AI comes in to help them quickly scout for the markers. And so when they come to look at it, they are not looking at the entire scan. They have some targeted areas to look at because AI has annotated or has indicated what could be the problem with this case in mind. And so AI is also being used for training. You can imagine, KUTRH, we have the first cyclotron between Cairo and Cape. Now, inside the cyclotron, the conditions are not fit for a human being. They are not fit even for some machines. Now, how do you train somebody through this swath of a region to be able to learn how to operate a cyclotron machine, to be able to develop the radioisotopes that are used for, for diagnosing cancer? If you have AI that does not fall to the same circumstances as human beings, it's inside there, it's giving you the picture of what is happening. You no longer need to go with a strobe to figure out whether the conditions are good enough for a human being. It will tell you that the conditions now, your active conditions are not good enough for a human being. So you can actually see, in terms of time, in terms of efficacy, in terms of efficiency, in terms of the quality of care, we are right there.
Dr. Murigi, asante sana. Makofi yake tafadhali. Dr. Njiru, go ahead. 1 minute.
Yeah, my question was on the understanding of SDG 9. And this is on building resilient infrastructure that promotes sustainable industrialization and foster innovation. What infrastructure do we need to develop and create that will promote and that will create sustainability in the industry, and at the same time being able to promote innovation or deploying the innovation that have been developed in building sustainability to the industry? And one of these is the AI technology that you're talking about. If I were to speak a little bit from my background, I'm a molecular biologist. Spent many years developing GMO products. And now we've moved the technology to CRISPR-Cas9 system on genome editing. AI technology is also being used, like what Dr. Murigi is talking about, on how do we annotate the different gene sequences that we need to deploy, for example, or to edit through genome editing. So the technology that is being developed, or the innovation that is being developed, how can it be used sustainably in industry? And how can we be able to use it to build the industry? That's my response for that question.
Sustainability. Thank you so much, Dr. Njiru. Makofi yake tafadhali. Thank you so much. Alexander, go ahead.
There was a question about the issue of AI development in relation to agriculture. Agriculture is a sector, is an AI use case for farming. I will just dwell with the particulars of the AI application to the use case farming. In this case, AI uses data. And the cornerstone of AI is data. And for us in agriculture, then therefore, we need first and foremost to collect data for those farmers who are farming macadamia. That's the first input. From the macadamia growers or farmers, therefore we need to create process, how to ensure the farmers deliver macadamia to the respective industry. There's another aspect of transport. However much AI has gone to automobile, you may use an automobile to deliver the macadamia. We have better cars which are using AI rather than the old mongrel cars that use just the petrol, diesel, and steam. Then in the industry, when you are already in the industry, you have your macadamias. There is an aspect of first and foremost crushing the macadamia to produce the nuts. You need to ease that production process. In the machinery, you need to create AI embedded systems that will receive the macadamia from the point of entry to the point of processing until you have an end product.
Wow, Alexander, looks like we'll have to cut you short there. My apologies. A big round of applause to Alexander. It's because of time. Thank you so much. Very quickly, 30 seconds, Bwana Alois, as we close this session. Go ahead.
All right, I'll try and briefly summarize on there's a question about global standards in AI. Now, AI cuts across all industries, all sectors, and they're looking at the development and utilization of AI. I think the importance of standards is that it should take care of, for instance, the data quality, because there's a lot of data crunching, there's the collection of data. So the standards would set what we call minimum requirements on how the data will be cleaned so that it can be utilized. And then for efficiency in terms of the utilization of AI for the well-being of all communities. So AI will cut across, and it's very important. It also helps in terms of bringing in trust and acceptability for people to trust AI. We've talked about the risks and the challenges that we have in terms of automation and how machine learning can lead to these solutions being anti-human. So that needs to be controlled, and standards is the best way to use that.
Well, thank you so much indeed. Makofi yao tafadhali. Asante sana. We celebrate your time, your input. Many thanks. You may now kindly take your seats. Makofi yao tafadhali. Let's take a photo while they're standing. You can just stand. So makofi yao tafadhali. Asante sana. And Kebs Choir, be on standby. Thank you, Monica. Thank you, Dr. Murigi. Thank you, Dr. Njiru, Alexander, Alois, Asante sana. Makofi yao once again. It's the final one. Asante sana. May take your seats. Thank you so much. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, Kebs Choir. Our chief guest has already arrived, so in a moment we'll be starting. Asante sana. Good to see you, Dr. Alan Azagele. Thank you so much, Karibu sana. We celebrate you. Codex Alimentarius Commission Vice Chairman. Asante sana. All right, it's your turn. Kebs Choir, led by the one and only celebrated Kavehere. Karibu sana.
Sore mwana wa masore amunda, sore mwana wa masore amunda, sore mudendi wa masore, sore mudendi wa masore amunda, sore mwana wa masore, sore mwana wa masore amunda, sore mudendi wa masore, sore mudendi wa masore amunda, umwene yalidanga amunda, oh umwene.
Years. Asante sana, karibuni sana, thank you so much. Thank you so much, thank you so much. And I'd kindly request that we remain upstanding for the Kenya National Anthem and the East African Unity Anthem. Excellent. Why don't you give 5 people a big high five and tell them welcome. Welcome to the 50th anniversary, celebrating standards, quality of life. Asante sana, karibuni, karibuni, karibuni. You may now kindly take your seats and prepare for the beautiful, again, Kebs Choir, celebrating 50 years. Go ahead.
Guests of honor, eminent guests, ladies and gentlemen, we, Kebs Choir, Kebs Staff Choir, we are remembering the 50 years that we are celebrating this far. Safari imekuwa nzuri. Safari ya Bamba ni Machero, all the way from coast. As we celebrate Kebs at 50, Safari ya Bamba ni Machero. And then nasema, the good Lord has seen us through, this far, and is going to take us all the way. Thank you.
Tungamira.
A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, Kebs Choir. Asante sana. Thank you so much. Let's just have the screen. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are greatly honored today. We want to celebrate our guests who are here. A big round of applause to the Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service, Mr. Felix Kuskei. Asante sana. Thank you. Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry, Honorable Salim Vuria, makofi yake tafadhali. We have Principal Secretary, State Department of Industry in the Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry, Dr. Juma Mukhwana, makofi yake tafadhali. The Chairman, National Standards Council Chairman, Kenya Bureau of Standards, Mr. Anthony Munyiri. Asante sana. Managing Director, Kenya Bureau of Standards, Mrs. Esther Ngari, makofi yao tafadhali. We celebrate this moment, celebrating 50 years, and we were told you can only celebrate 50 years once. And to give us now the opening remarks, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome.
For over 2 transformative decades, spanning both the public and private sectors, her contributions are a testament to her versatility and expansive vision. Her foundational education at Jomo Kenyatta University and Egerton University, then University of Queensland and Boston Institute, prepared her to consistently revolutionize policies at home and drive excellence in entities like the Kenya Meat Commission and Del Monte Kenya Limited. For her, it's not just about meeting standards, it's about rewriting them. Please welcome the Kenya Bureau of Standards Managing Director, Esther Ngari.
Our chief guest, the head of public service, Mr. Felix Koskei. Our Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry, Mr. Honorable Salim Vuria. Our PS, Dr. Juma Mukhwana, Principal Secretary, State Department of Industry. The Chairman of the National Standards Council, Mr. Anthony Munyiri. Chairpersons of other boards here represented. The members of the National Standards Council, Dr. Aaron Azegere, the Vice Chair, Codex Alimentarius Commission, the Chief Executive Officers here present, development partners, members of the Fourth Estate, my colleagues at Kenya Bureau of Standards, Kebs hoye. Good morning. Our chief guest, I would want to just recognize the CEOs who are here present. Kindly, if you can stand up. Thank you so much, George Makateto and Engineer Mwasia. Nora, thank you so much for coming and to celebrate with us. I would like to recognize the directors of Kenya Bureau of Standards. If you could kindly stand up. The directors, management directors, please. Thank you so much. We have Miriam Kahiro, the Director, Legal Services. We have Geoffrey Murira, Dr. Geoffrey Murira, the Director, Quality Assurance and Inspection. We have Director Adan Mohammed. We have Peter Kaigwara, Director for Market Surveillance. We have Christopher Kibet, Director, Human Resource and Administration. And we have Zakaria Rukolito, the newest Director, Standards Development and Trade. He's the Director who came after me. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Today is not an ordinary day for us as Kenya Bureau of Standards. I'm filled with so much pride, gratitude, and hope as we mark 50 years of unwavering commitment to protecting the safety, quality, and well-being of our beloved Kenyan citizens. For half a century, the Kenya Bureau of Standards has been the guardian of trust, ensuring that the products we use daily, from our household items to large infrastructure, meet the highest standards of quality and safety. Let us take a moment to truly reflect on what those 50 years represent. They are not just a milestone, they tell the story of generations of perseverance, sacrifice, and relentless innovation. 50 years of ensuring that every product we use, every service we rely on carries an assurance of quality. Imagine this: for half a century, every time a mother pours milk for her child or a family sits for dinner, they do so with the confidence that we have built. Every time a consumer buys a product, whether a small or a large product, they trust the standards we have worked tirelessly to build. This trust has been forged with dedication, precision, a commitment to safeguarding the lives of all Kenyans. But this journey has not been without challenges. There have been moments when the path ahead seemed quite uncertain. Yet, through adversity, we have listened, we adapted, we innovated, and remained steadfast in our commitment to protecting the quality of the lives of Kenyans. Today, as we celebrate the World Standards Day, which is themed Shared Vision for a Better World, with a specific focus on SDG number 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure in the era of AI, artificial intelligence, we are reminded of the crucial role standards play in driving our economy and fostering innovation. Standards connect us to the global stage, ensuring our products and services meet international benchmarks while enhancing our nation's competitiveness. Some of the achievements Kebs has realized over the years include the following. I'll only mention 8 of them. 1, development of national standards. Kenya Bureau of Standards has developed and implemented a comprehensive system of national standards that cover a wide range of products and services. These standards ensure quality, safety, and reliability, protecting consumers and promoting trade. Number 2, certification to management system standards. Kenya Bureau of Standards has certified many government and private institutions to management system standards to ensure that they meet international standards and provide reliable services. This has strengthened the credibility of the Kenyan products and services in the global market. Number 3, participation in international standards development. Kebs has been an active participant in the international development organizations such as ISO, IEC, ALSO, and EAC. This has helped to influence global standards and ensure that they are relevant to our needs. Number 4, promotion of quality culture. Kebs has promoted a quality culture among Kenyan businesses and industries. This has encouraged businesses to adopt quality management systems and strive for excellence in their products and services. For example, we have partnered with CASNEB to offer certified quality practitioners certifications for all quality practitioners. Number 5, protection of consumers. Kebs has played a crucial role in protecting consumers by ensuring that products sold in Kenya are safe and meet quality standards. This has helped to build trust in the Kenyan market and encourage consumers to support local industries. Number 6, facilitation of trade. Kenya Bureau of Standards has facilitated trade by ensuring that Kenyan products meet international quality requirements. That has helped Kenyan businesses to expand their exports and their local market and increase in their revenues. Number 7, support for innovation. Kebs has supported innovation by developing standards for new technologies and products. This has encouraged industries to adopt new technologies and improve their competitiveness. The last one, collaboration with government and industry. Kebs has collaborated with government agencies and the industry associations to promote quality and standards. This has helped to create conducive environment for businesses to grow and thrive. Besides Kebs celebrating this day, we cannot overlook the media, whose storytelling has carried the voice of standardizers, for fostering public awareness and trust. You have amplified the importance of standards, positioning Kenya as a nation that values quality, innovation, and integrity. However, this journey is far from over. The future demands even more from us. The world is evolving rapidly with new technologies, sustainability goals, and global market shifts are transforming how we live and work. The standards we set today must anticipate for the needs of tomorrow. Our next 50 years are full of opportunities to lead, innovate, and set the global pace. Standards are the bedrock of modern society and remain a formidable player in the international arena. Boldness, adaptability, and forward thinking will define the next chapter for Kenya Bureau of Standards. As we ready for this future, are we ready for this future? I would say absolutely yes. The past 50 years have proven our resilience and vision. As we celebrate this golden jubilee, let us reaffirm our commitment to shaping the future, driven by the very standards that have brought us this far. Today, we are standing on the shoulders of the giants who came before us, who believed that quality is not just a technical requirement, but a moral responsibility. Every product, service, and standard we create reflects our dedication to the safety, prosperity, and well-being of our people. As we look ahead, I challenge each one of us to think about what quality truly means. It is more than passing inspection and meeting benchmarks. Quality is a mindset. It is an attitude and a promise we make to ourselves, our families, and our communities. When we speak of quality, we are speaking of integrity and trust. We are talking about the future we want to build for our children and our grandchildren. A future grounded in the values of safety, reliability, and excellence. This is our legacy. It is one we must protect and nurture as we move forward. The world is watching. The world is watching us, right? And our consumers are counting on us to continue leading the way. Let us embrace the responsibility with the same passion and dedication that has brought us to this moment. If we had a glass to toast, we would have toasted for this day So here is to the 50 years of setting standards that inspire trust, drive progress, and empower Kenya's future. God bless you. God bless Kenya.
Thank you so much indeed. Quality is an attitude, a mindset. The world is watching. Up next, ladies and gentlemen.
He is a dedicated leader whose 29 years of distinguished service have left an indelible mark on the nation's agricultural and veterinary sectors. His expertise is deeply rooted in advancing animal health and public safety, and continues to play a vital role in shaping global standards in food safety and animal health. Please welcome the Codex Alimentarius Commission Vice Chairman, Dr. Alan Azegele.
Thank you, Johnston. Our chief guest, Mr. Felix Kosgei, Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service. Honorable Salim Vuria, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry. Dr. Juma Mukwana, Principal Secretary, State Department for Industry. Mr. Anthony Munyiri, Chairman, National Standards Council. Mrs. S. Tangare, Managing Director, Kenya Bureau of Standards. All protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning once again. My name is Dr. Alan Azegele, as we've been told, serving currently as the Acting Director of Veterinary Services and also Vice Chair of the Codex Alimentarius Commission. I'm very grateful for this invite and the honor to be able to address you today during these celebrations of the World Standards Day and Golden Jubilee celebrations of the Kenya Bureau of Standards. May I take this opportunity also to pass kind regards from the chairperson of the Codex Alimentarius Commission, Steve Wan of United Kingdom, and fellow vice chairs, Diego Varela and Raj Rajaseka of New Zealand. The Codex Alimentarius, or the Food Code, is a collection of standards, guidelines, and codes of practice adopted by the Codex Alimentarius Commission. This commission was founded in 1963 to implement the joint FAO-WHO Food Standards Program with the aim of safeguarding health of consumers and facilitating fair practices in the food trade. Kenya Bureau of Standards has over the years served as the Codex contact point for Kenya and as a secretariat to the National Codex Committee. As the coordinator of the secretariat, Kebs has facilitated collaboration among various stakeholders, including government agencies, industry representatives, and consumer groups, to ensure that diverse perspectives are considered when proposing national positions on the Codex standards, while ensuring that they reflect Kenya's specific needs and challenges. It is worth noting that Kenya co-hosted with the United States government the 54th session of the Codex Committee on Food Hygiene in Nairobi early this year in March. There were over 250 delegates from 70 countries in attendance. Further, the term of the chair and the vice chair of the Codex Alimentarius Commission lapses this November. That's next month. Kenya will be seeking election to the position of chairperson of the commission. Chief guest, I want to sincerely thank the government and appreciate the support the government has given me while presenting my candidature for the position of chairperson of the Codex Alimentarius Commission, and this has been endorsed by the African Union. This cannot be possible, or indeed would not have been possible, if it was not for the effective coordination of the Kenya Bureau of Standards. Ladies and gentlemen, these are among the milestones we are truly celebrating the Bureau for over the last 50 years. Today, the global landscape is rapidly changing, and we face new challenges, including technological advancements, environmental concerns, and evolving consumer expectations. I'm glad to note that Kenya Bureau of Standards' strategic focus is, just a moment, I'm glad to note that the strategic focus of the Kenya Bureau of Standards is focused on technology and innovation, which will enable the Bureau to overcome these challenges. As you mark the Golden Jubilee, I wish to commend Kenya Bureau of Standards for unwavering commitment to excellence in standardization over the past 5 decades. Your efforts have been instrumental in enhancing safety, quality, and reliability of products and services in Kenya, significantly contributing to consumer protection and national development. Once again, congratulations to the National Standards Council, management, and staff of the Kenya Bureau of Standards for successfully commemorating 50 years and celebrations of the World Standards Day 2024. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless Kenya.
Thank you so much. Makofi yake tafadhali, and we wish you all the best. Thank you so much. Up next, joining us, sent a message, Secretary General, International Organization for Standardization, ISO, Sergio Uyika. His message.
Dear ISO members, happy World Standards Day. Each year, we unite to recognize the vital role standards play in making people's life easier, safer, and better. This year, our focus is on SDG 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure, and how artificial intelligence is shaping the future of these domains. AI is revolutionizing industries, driving innovation, and building the resilient infrastructure needed to achieve sustainable development. International standards lie at the heart of this transformation, helping to ensure that AI is developed, deployed, and used in a responsible and equitable manner across the globe. ISO is committed to developing standards that advance the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Our ongoing collaboration with the IC and ITU reinforces this mission. I urge all of you to actively participate in this year's discussions and activities as we strive together to create a better and brighter future for all. Thank you for your commitment and dedication to this important work, and happy World Standards Day.
Big round of applause in absentia. Thank you so much. So back home, 50 years and counting. Let's get that history. Please welcome.
He is a distinguished scholar and thought leader in medical biochemistry. His expertise spans advanced biochemical and molecular biology techniques with a passion for developing innovative solutions to ensure food authenticity and quality. He has made significant contributions to scientific knowledge through numerous peer-reviewed publications and the supervision of emerging scholars. Please welcome the Kenya Bureau of Standards Director, Quality Assurance and Inspection, Dr. Geoffrey Murira.
Thank you, Justin. Our chief guest, Mr. Felix Koskei, Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service, our Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Salim Vuria, our Permanent Principal Secretary, State Department for Industry, Minister of Investment, Trade and Industry, Dr. Juma Mwana, Chairman, National Standards Council, Mr. Anthony Munyiri, members of National Standards Council present, chairpersons of Earth Bonds, chief executive officers present, development partners, our stakeholders, members of Fourth Estate, Kebs colleagues, good afternoon. Good morning. Good morning. My responsibility is to tell the story about Kebs that cannot be told in just a short moment like this, but I will try. So the story is Kebs at 50, still counting, the emergence of a global leader, the historical perspective. The idea of establishment of Kenya Bureau of Standards, Kebs, initially abbreviated as KBS, started as soon as Kenya got independence. The main trigger was the famous Glass report of 1967. Dr. H.M. Glass of the British Standards Institute, BSI, and worked out the necessary machinery for establishing a metric system at Bureau of Standards for each of the East African member states to enhance interterritorial trade. The direction here was to have a National Standards Institute for each member state that would eventually be coordinated by the East African Standards Institution. Although this did not take place as anticipated, it formed the bedrock on which Kebs was established. Kebs was established in 1974 through an act of parliament, the Standards Act, Cap 496 of Laws of Kenya, and it commenced its operations on 12th July 1974. The inspiration of the Right Honorable retired Prime Minister, Engineer Raila Amolo Odinga, whose interest in standardization of gas cylinders was key in establishment of Standards Act and development of the first standard. Through the leadership of the first managing director, Mr. Francis Michael, standardization started in Kenya in earnest. Kenya Bureau of Standards by then was domiciled in the Ministry of Commerce and Industry as a small unit and without much consideration about its operations, future, and existence. The main objective of setting up Kebs was to protect consumers and the environment against substandard goods from both the local and the foreign manufacturers. This has helped to increase the confidence of the consumers in the quality of the products in the market. Let me talk about structural resources, office and office space. The operations of Kebs started with a few officers and a small office on the 4th floor of the Commerce House. Later on 26th June 1975, Kebs was allocated the 7th floor of Kenya National Trading Corporation building and was opened by Honorable Kiano, the then Minister of Commerce. The establishment of Kebs offices started with hiccups because the search for land to set the offices within the city center was fruitless. Kebs finally got a piece of land at Bellevue along Mombasa Road, this current site, where construction started as a joint funding between Kenyan government and the Federal Republic of Germany. On 6th April 1979, the late Honorable Mwai Kibaki, the then Vice President and Minister for Finance, laid the foundation stone. In May 1980, all Kebs staff moved into the completed block which housed administration and quality control labs. In 1984 to 1985, the pressure for office space was eased after the second phase of the Kebs complex was completed. The pressure that remained then was to move staff from offices to the industries and the market to assure safety of the products. Later, the government of West Germany provided a respite in transport in form of a grant of 4 cars. These 4 cars were KTNG 324, KUE 378, KUV 035, and KTH 953 for the growing staff. These were the first staff vehicles ever to be owned by Kebs. The Kebs complex you see here today, housing administration block, quality assurance, we normally call it Siberia, testing and metrology labs, is because of the endless and unwavering support from the government through our ministry, resilience of the highly trained and dedicated staff, and the belief and the trust of our customers and the stakeholders, the manufacturers, traders, and the consumers have on us. Kebs is committed to keep standards up to standards and in alignment with our 5-year strategic plan, Vision 2030, East Africa Community, as well as African Union Agenda 2063. Let me talk about our initial activities. Looking onwards, Kebs' major objective was to promote standardization in Kenya and therefore improve the quality of products and services. The mandates and the functions for Kebs that were set in the very beginning included to promote standardization in industry and commerce, to provide facilities for testing and calibration of instruments, to provide facilities for examination and testing of commodities and other materials, to prepare, frame, and modify or amend specifications and the code of practice, these are standards, to encourage and undertake educational work in connection with the standardization, and to assist the government, local authorities, and or any other public body in preparing and framing specifications or code of practice. Over the last 50 years, the dedicated staff, the government and the stakeholder support has led to Kebs developing over 10,000 standards and also harmonizing over 1,500 standards. This shows exponential growth over the years. Today, the numbers are massive and growing. Let me talk about strategic development. Over the 50 years, Kebs has developed its quality infrastructure to become one of the strongest and well-equipped standards body in East and Central Africa. We are ranked number 3 in Africa. One of the key developments is the number of standards it has developed over the time. From buying a few ISO standards and surviving on initial donations from Britain and India, the standards body has galvanized itself to come up with a multi-approach industrial and production standard, making Kenya a fast-growing, world-class country in adherence and enforcement of standards, metrology, testing for consumer protection and environmental protection, and to promote trade. The base setting of strategic development was initiated by the Constitution of National Standards Council, who performed their first duty on 20th August 1974. The Council's main work was to formulate policies as per the Section 7 of the Standards Act. Though the Council, Kebs over time has built its solid reputation on standards through establishment of various departments that have overseen the seamless flow of testing, standardization, and conformity assessment according to its mandates. The major departments that have grown over the 50 years space include finance and strategy, human resource and administration, quality assurance and inspection, standards development and international trade, metrology and testing, legal department, internal audit, and market surveillance. These departments, they have various sections with highly specialized staff. At 50, Kebs has the most competent and talented staff in technical areas with many PhDs, masters, and degrees. The biggest milestone of Kebs was the initial development of the library department that was involved in setting up of the universal decimal classification scheme. This has, over the last 50 years, aided in keeping a track of standardization, adhering to the adage that mali bila daftari upotea bila habari. None of Kebs standards can get lost with the library department in place. Some of the major strategic developments over the 50 years range from capacity building to resource mobilization. To bring services close to the citizens, Kebs has expanded its country coverage and outreach as follows. Establishing regional offices, work that was pioneered by Managing Director Peter Munga in 1990s. The coastal region was established in 1990, followed by Kisumu region, that's Lake region, the year 2003, South Rift region, the year 2004, North Rift region, the year 2005, Mount Kenya region, the year 2013, Northeastern region, again, the year 2004. Market surveillance was started in the year 2008 as just a small unit within quality assurance, but today it is a standalone directorate. Ubora Circle for Kebs employees, also to encourage staff to save, was started in 1979 to boost the essence of Akiba saving. This has played a key role in securing the future of Kebs employees. On 26 October 1985, Kebs was visited by the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, the late Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere, who was very excited to see the process of testing in our labs. Kenya became a member of International Electrotechnical Commission through Kebs in February 2005. We have several unilateral, bilateral, and multilateral collaborations with the aim of leveraging on partnership and collaborations to enhance efficiency and resilience. And some of our collaborators and membership, where we have membership are like International Organization for Standardization, ISO, member of the International Electrotechnical Commission, IEC, member of the Codex Alimentarius Codex, member of International Bureau of Weights and Measures, International Measurement Confederation, IMECO, Intra-African Metrology Systems, AFRIMET, National Metrology Institute of South Africa, PTB of Germany, and the SIM of America. It is important to note that Kebs will keep improving and cementing its collaboration with the best standard at testing boundaries world over and seeks to be the global leader in standards, growing and developing taller like its counterparts, NIST and the PTB of Germany. We take leadership in various organizations, those international organizations, just to mention a few: ISO, Council, and also ISO Technical Management Board, where Kebs is represented by the Director Standards and Trained. Also, we share ISO CASCO. This is the body that handles conformity assessment, among other areas. Just to end, I want also to recognize the role the National Standards Council has played. From the inception with the engineer Kipruto Arap Ngeni, 1974 to 1977, up to the current, that is 16th, Mr. Anthony Munyiri. They have guided the governance framework for the organization to make Kebs what it is today. Also, the managing directors, from the longest serving director then, Francis B. Michael, that is 1974 to 1988, up to the current managing director, 12th, Madam Esther Ngari. Allow me to talk briefly about modernization. I will start by saying that the world is changing very fast, and similarly, Kebs is also changing and adapting itself. Over the 50 years, Kebs has grown and modernized all its spheres of operation, from human resource management to modernizing laboratories, personnel training, and capacity building. That has positioned Kebs as a regional leader in standardization, metrology, and conformity assessment. Areas that we've modernized are modernization of our metrology and testing laboratories, with the launching of combat system for calibration of the X-ray systems in our hospitals. Modernization of our operating space, especially offices and the resource centers that are ICT-centered, enabled. Automated systems that enable customers to access services and give feedback on service provision through Kebs Integrated Management System, KIMS. Constant benchmarking and exchange between technical staff and other international bodies and institutions. Lastly, branding of Kebs premises and services, enhancing our brand perception and equity. The change of Kebs logo from KBS to Kebs might eliminate confusion from our customers. They say, wasilolijua waja litawasumbua ama ni usiku wa giza. Hence, this was initiated to help to differentiate Kebs logo from other brands such as Kenya Bar Services, which also bore KBS acronym. As Kebs celebrates 50 years of excellence, our vision is focused on driving digitization, sustainability, and regional leadership. Key future initiatives include full automation of Kebs processes to achieve a paperless system, expanding certification services to promote climate change adaptation, sustainability standards, and eco-labeling that positions Kebs as a leader in green innovation, supporting the BITA, that's bottom-up economic transformation agenda by certifying MSMEs across key sectors such as leather, dairy, textile, and construction, driving economic transformation. Strengthening regional capacity building efforts by supporting certification bodies in Uganda, Tanzania, Malawi, Rwanda, and Nigeria. Expanding standards development, product certification, testing and metrology services, mark surveillance, training and system certification services to meet growing industrial demands. With the plans for enhanced partnership and new technological advancements, Kebs aims to maintain its leading role in standardization, metrology, and conformity assessment both locally and internationally. In summary, our next few years will determine our global position as a leader in standards. Kazi iendelee, shukran.
Kazi iendelee, asante sana. And now, at the helm.
With 30 years of exceptional experience in equity markets and asset management, he is a dynamic leader whose expertise and vision continue to shape Kenya's financial landscape. A seasoned investment banker, he has held leadership roles at prominent financial institutions and served on boards such as the National Social Security Fund. His passion for education and philanthropy reflects his commitment to empowering communities and shaping Kenya's future through impactful leadership. Please welcome the Kenya Bureau of Standards National Standards Council Chairman, Mr. Anthony Munyiri.
Our chief guest, Chief of Staff, Head of Public Service, Mr. Felix Koskei, our Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Salim Mvurya, Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry, our Principal Secretary, Dr. Juma Mukwana, all chairpersons of other boards, Madam Esther Ngare, Managing Director, Kenya Bureau of Standards, all chief executives, officers present, our development partners, Trademark Africa, JICA, EU delegation, USAID, members of the National Standards Council Board present, members of the Fourth Estate, members of staff of the Kenya Bureau of Standards, distinguished guests. Before I read my statement for today, allow me to recognize the presence of my board members, my team, members of the National Standards Council. Please stand up, wherever you are. Yes, I can see Director Nemo right there. Director Gerard Mwangi is there. Grace, Director, is there as well. Director Stephen Yego. Director Musa Osman. Francis Karu, Director. Patrick Owalo, and Engineer Simiu. Thank you very much. I would also want to recognize the presence of all chairpersons present. I invited a few. Can as well stand up. Thank you very much. I can see Chairperson Chimno, that is the KPCU. National Irrigation Board Chair, karibu asante. Engineer Mongera, karibu sana asanteni, and thank you for honoring my invitation. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks a significant milestone in Kenya's journey of building trust through standards. We stand at a moment where two significant occasions converge: the 50th anniversary of Kebs and the observance of the World Standards Day. These twin events provide us with an opportunity to reflect on our past, celebrate the present, and envision a radiant future for standardization in Kenya. In looking back over the past 5 decades, it becomes clear that our success has been deeply rooted in collaboration. Standards, after all, are a collective effort. They represent the voice of the many, the manufacturers, the traders, the exporters, the MSMEs, the consumers, and the policymakers. Without this ongoing collaboration, we would not have the robust framework we count on today. Kebs has thrived because of this inclusive approach. It is through a unified national effort that we have been able to ensure that our products meet both local and international standards, giving Kenyan goods a reputation for quality and trustworthiness on the global stage. However, even as we commemorate these accomplishments, we must turn our gaze forward and ask, what will the next 50 years look like? The future will be defined by how we respond to global challenges. Climate change, technological disruptions, and the shifting consumer expectations and preferences are reshaping industries faster than ever before. And in this dynamic landscape, standards will be crucial. They will serve as the blueprint for adapting to change, ensuring that innovation and sustainability work hand in hand. But these challenges will not be met by a single organization, entity, or individual. It will take all of us, the government, industry, and the civil society, working together to create standards that safeguard our future. Just as our industries are evolving, standards must evolve to keep pace with the digital revolution, the green economy, and the increasingly interconnected global market. In this journey, it is evident that we cannot address these challenges in isolation. The work of standardization must be collaborative, ensuring that all voices, whether from local manufacturers or global experts, are included in the dialogue. Our shared prosperity depends on it. Collaboration is and will remain the cornerstone of how we progress. We must continue to build partnerships between the private sector, public institutions, and international bodies to ensure that our standards remain relevant and forward-thinking. This includes our strong relationship with ISO, where Kenya has been an active contributor in shaping global standards, and our work with African regional bodies to ensure that Kenya leads the continent in standardization. In the dawning of our vision, Kebs currently holds leadership positions in the ISO Council, ISO Technical Management Board, ISO Committee for Conformity Assessment, Inter-Africa Metrology Systems, AFRIMETS, Codex Alimentarius, Commission CAC, and Joint Committee for the Regional Metrology Organizations and the Bureau International Deployed Measures, excuse my French. While the National Standards Council has and will continue to support the management by providing strategic direction for standards, metrology, and conformity assessment, that is a gateway to growth and opportunity. Kebs alone cannot achieve this. It is through engagement with stakeholders that we can continue to raise the bar, ensuring that Kenya remains a leader in quality and safety. This is why the role of partnerships with institutions like the Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry becomes crucial. Together we work towards integrating standards into our national development agenda, driving investment, and building an economy that prioritizes both innovation and sustainability. As we celebrate today, we must also reflect on the responsibility we carry to future generations. The standards we set today will shape the Kenya of tomorrow. The decisions we make, whether in manufacturing, trade, or policy making, will determine whether Kenyans in future will enjoy safe products, clean environments, and a vibrant economy. This great responsibility doesn't lie solely with Kebs or with any one organization. It is a national endeavor. We all have a role to play in ensuring that the principles of quality, transparency, and safety are passed down to the next generation. Let us commit to fostering a culture of excellence that transcends industries and borders, ensuring that Kenyan standards become a benchmark for the rest of the world. As we peer into the next 50 years, I have no doubt that Kenya will continue to thrive through collective innovation. We have the talent, the infrastructure, and most importantly, the shared vision to ensure that standards remain at the core of our national growth strategy. This future will be built on a foundation of trust, partnership, and shared commitment. And now it is my privilege to invite Dr. Juma Mkona, the Principal Secretary of the State Department of Industry, to share his reflections and thoughts of this important occasion. His role and that of the State Department are critical in driving Kenya's investment and trade strategy forward, ensuring that standards play a key role in building a resilient and innovative economy. Our PS, Dr. Mukwana, karibu. Thank you.
He has worked in top management in the public and private sectors for over 20 years. He has worked in the agriculture and higher education sectors both locally and internationally, and he is the immediate former Director General of the Kenya National Qualifications Authority, where he worked to support the development of the African Continental Qualifications Framework. Please welcome Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry Principal Secretary for the State Department of Industry, Dr. Juma Mkwana.
Thank you very much, Chair Andrew Nyeri, Honorable Felix Koskei, EGH, the Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service, my CS, Honorable Salim Muvuria, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry, Anthony, that I've already acknowledged, chairpersons of various boards that have already been introduced, the MD of the Kenya Bureau of Standards, Madam Estangare, other chief executive officers present, development partners, members of the boards, other boards present, members of for the state, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am glad to be here, as always, to join you as you celebrate your 50 years since establishment. There is something electrifying about standing at the crossroads of the past and the future. And that is precisely where we find ourselves today. We are not just celebrating 50 years of Kebs, we are embracing the future with an agenda that aims to uplift every Kenyan, no matter where they are, through the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. The bottom-up economic transformation agenda shifts the center of economic focus to the people at the grassroots, ensuring that every Kenyan has a stake in this nation's prosperity. And this agenda is designed to create equitable opportunities and develop local industries. As you are aware, through the ministry, we are already at a very advanced age of constructing 19 county aggregation and industrial parks. And these are, as you know, industrialization has been concentrated around Nairobi. 90% of our industries are to be found within the 4 counties of Nairobi, Kiambu, Machakos, and Kilifi. And through the county aggregation and industrial parks, we are looking to expand. For the first time, each county is thinking about an industrial area, a place where people can go to add value, to aggregate their produce, and produce goods both for the domestic market and also for the international market. As you are aware, we are also working on other industrial spaces at special economic zones, which the CS will be mentioning. And also we have our flagship special economic zone in Dongokundu and again Naivasha, where we are working again to create industrial space that is affordable, because one of the areas that has held a lot of people from joining industry is the high cost of land and the high cost of construction and the high cost of machinery. Through the county aggregation and industrial park, this is our version of affordable industrial spaces, because the Kebs are being built on government land. So the counties give us free land. We are constructing. We have already advertised for equipment to be put there. And basically what we are saying, going forward, you can actually be a manufacturer without buying land, without constructing a factory, without owning any equipment, because the equipment that we will be putting at the Kebs will be for common user. So you can always come with the raw materials and you turn this into your products. This agenda then provides an opportunity to empower MSMEs as producers, creating jobs, thereby eradicating poverty and expanding the tax base. As we drive these transformations, standards become more important than ever. Without standards, our goods and services cannot meet international benchmarks, and without these benchmarks, our vision of becoming a global economic giant then diminishes. As you are aware, we are again opening up markets within the East African community, the African Continental Free Trade Area, the European Union, again, the UK, and all this is meant for us to increase our manufacturing so that we can tap into those markets. Our commitment to standards positions Kenya as a hub for quality, innovation, and excellence in the global arena. Kebs has been and continues to be the guardian of quality, ensuring that Kenyan quality products earn their place in the global marketplace. There is need to leverage on the technological advancement to enhance our efficiency in supporting industrial development. And this can be achieved through development of standards to enable integration of technology for innovation and creativity. Standards are our compass as we navigate the exciting but complex landscape of digital transformation. As we celebrate the World Standards Day, let us recognize the efforts of the experts who have gone ahead of us that have driven the standardization agenda for our beautiful country. They have ensured competitiveness of products, access to markets, ease of trade across borders, and more importantly, the safety of the consumers. With these many remarks, then, it's my privilege to welcome a leader who has been pivotal in driving Kenya's trade and investment strategies. His commitment to aligning our national goals with global opportunities has been invaluable. Please join me in welcoming Honorable Salim Mvurya, Cabinet Minister for Trade, Investments and Industry, to share his vision and insights as we celebrate 50 years of existence of Kebs. Karibu Waziri.
He is a visionary leader whose 27 years of experience in government, development and management have left a lasting legacy of transformative impact. As the former Cabinet Secretary for Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs and a two-term Governor of Kwale County, he has championed development, empowerment and sustainable growth. Please welcome the Cabinet Secretary in the Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry, Honorable Salim Mvurya.
Thank you very much. Our chief guest, the Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service, Felix Koskei, the PS State Department of Industry, Dr. Juma Mkhwana, Mr. Anthony Munyiri, the Chair, National Standards Council. We also have other chairpersons of other boards, Esther Ngari, the Managing Director, Kenya Bureau of Standards, and other CEOs here present, our development partners, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Today we are presenting ourselves here for two celebrations. We are celebrating the World Standards Day, but we are also celebrating Kebs at 50, and therefore this gives us a very unique sense of pride and anticipation that fills the air today. As we celebrate 50 years of great service nationally, regionally, and internationally, we indeed acknowledge the role of Kebs in shaping the future. This is a celebration of dedication, resilience, and progress, but most importantly is a call to action for the future of Kenya's growth and prosperity. The story of standards is one of rules, regulations, the silent force behind our progress, ensuring that every product, service, and process in this country meets a level of quality and safety that protects our people and propels us forward in the global market. Today we mark World Standards Day. It is crucial to recognize that standards are the foundation of trust. They build trust that the food we eat is safe, the buildings we live and work in are secure, and the products we buy are reliable, and that the services we receive are of the highest quality. Standards are about confidence. They are the backbone of Kenya's reputation, both locally and globally. For 5 decades, Kebs has supported Kenya's industries, manufacturers, and exporters to meet the world's highest standards. The work done has enhanced competitiveness of locally manufactured products and opened doors to markets across the globe, allowing Made in Kenya to be recognized and trusted for beyond our borders. This has been achieved through active participation in harmonization of standards at the regional and continental level and mutual recognition of product certification marks. The next 50 years will demand even more from us. Kenya is on the verge of transformation unlike any other time before. The realization of the national industrialization strategy is dependent on development of market-driven standards and implementation of an effective conformity assessment framework. Manufacturing is at the heart of the government agenda, and through initiatives like the county aggregation and industrial parks, we are building hubs where innovation and value addition will flourish. These parks will create jobs, stimulate growth, and position Kenya as a global industrial leader. This will only be possible through conformance of standards at every level, from raw materials to finished products. And I think the most important thing about the county aggregation and industrial parks is that they also provide an opportunity for us to enhance capacities in backward linkages where we work with the different value chains to ensure that they comply at the source, so that we are not coming to a situation where the backward linkages are of low quality. And therefore we expect going forward that the KIPES will be properly supported with backward linkages, value addition, capacity building, where we expect Kebs to take a lead role together with multi-agency partnership organizations. As we move into the digital age, the importance of standards and conformity assessment becomes even more vital. Kenya's digital superhighway is poised to revolutionize how we communicate, innovate, and trade. But with this rapid digital transformation comes the need for strong information communication and technology standards to secure data and information while protecting the interests of consumers. Kebs must be at the forefront of this, guiding Kenya through the challenges and opportunities that the digital future holds. I also want to recognize that in this digital effort, the government is poised to do digital hubs across the country, and this will be key in enhancing the work of Kebs at the local level. And I think, therefore, Kebs has an opportunity to tap into the digital hubs across the country to ensure that we use technology and enhance quality of our products. Ladies and gentlemen, as we look in the future, I want to share with you a bold vision, the entrenching of quality culture in our national education system. Imagine a Kenya where standards are taught in education institutions, where every Kenyan understands from an early age the importance of quality, safety, and reliability. We must begin teaching standards as a subject, ensuring that next generation of leaders, entrepreneurs, and innovators are equipped with the knowledge to uphold the principles of excellence and integrity in every sector of society. Our children must grow up knowing that quality is not an option, it is a responsibility. This is how we build a future where Kenya's industries exceed global standards. To the staff of Kebs, your role in the journey cannot be overstated. You are the guardians of quality, ensuring that Kenya's future is one of safety, innovation, and excellence. As we move forward, I urge you to continue leading with commitment and passion. The future will demand even more of you, but I have no doubt you are ready for the challenge. And as we discuss the future, guest of honor, I want to acknowledge that there are many things that are changing across the globe in terms of products, in terms of services, in terms of technology, and many others. I think Kebs needs to take a strategic shift where now we look at the issue of partnering with private sector and other investors, because I'm sure Kebs cannot have the capacity to do everything, including the labs that we have now. We need to see how we can work with the private sector and other partners so that we can have accreditation of other facilities that are beyond the capacity of Kebs, and then we can be able to have a proper certification. The other area that I want to emphasize is that Kenya has opened new markets. You have heard from the PS. We have opened new markets through the AFCFTA, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, that is giving us a new population of 1.2 billion across Africa that can be served with Kenya products. We also have a tripartite free trade area with COMESA and SADC and East Africa Community, which is also giving us a new population that needs to be served. The APA with the European Union is giving us a new market of 27 countries. We have the UK, which is also giving us a new market. And now we have just concluded the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, which we'll be signing with the UAE. And the round of negotiations between Kenya and USA are at an advanced stage for strategic investment partnership. Even though we know AGOA is ending in next year, we are also working to see how that can be extended. But meanwhile, we are working to see that we have a new agreement on investment that US and Kenya will be signing. All these markets, in fact, I think the challenge that exists now is that we have opened new markets, but we don't have Kenyan products in these markets. When it comes to these markets in Europe and in other parts of the world, the issue of quality and accreditation becomes very key. And that is why it is important that we strategically position Kenya through Kebs so that our products can be accepted globally. And most of these countries have already shared what is required. So I think as we celebrate Kebs at 50, strategically then this becomes priority, that you are able now to assist Kenyan manufacturers, investors, and even farmers of different products to ensure that these products can be accepted in the markets that we are opening. Our chief guest, I also want to say that His Excellency the President has been very deliberate in terms of how we can inspire manufacturing and investments, and that is why we have the special economic zones, private and public, across the country, so that we can be able to encourage and put incentives for investments, for example, in Naivasha, in Dongokundu, and many others. And there are also flagship programs in 6 counties, in Kirinyaga, in Muranga, in Busia, in Nakuru, in Uasin Gishu, and also in Kwale. You know, all these efforts are geared towards ensuring that we have already a program where investors can plug in and they can invest in our country. We also have the export processing zones that are also leveraging on infrastructure that is going to help in manufacturers and the exporters to have facilities that they can use to have products that can access the external market. All this requires standards to be of high quality, and that is why, as we celebrate Kebs at 50, we want to work with you to strategically position so that you can provide support in all these initiatives that are happening in our country. Ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude, to all Kenyan, standards are not confined to industries and businesses. They are applicable to every one of us. It is our collective responsibility to demand quality in everything we do, in every product we buy, in every service we receive. Together we can build a nation that stands tall on the foundation of excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, the future is bright, the opportunities are vast, and the responsibility is ours. Kenya's transformation is just a beginning. And as we chart the way forward, let us do so with the knowledge that standards will guide us and that quality will define us. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And I want to now take this opportunity to humbly invite the chief guest, who is also the head of public service, Mr. Felix Koskei, to come and address the gathering. Karibu sana. Unajua watu wanasema hopes tu sasa inakuwa ndio short form, kwa sababu iko maneno marefu sana. Karibu sana. Karibu sana.
Asante.
Karibu sana.
Thank you very much. We can have our seats. Thank you, Waziri. The Honorable Salim Vuria, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Investments, Trade and Industry, Dr. Juma Mugwana, Principal Secretary, State Department for Industry, the Kebs fraternity led by the Standards Council Chair, Mr. Anthony Munyiri, and the Managing Director, Mrs. Estangari, chairpersons and chief executive officers of state corporations present, representatives of regional or international standardization bodies present, representatives of our development partners present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Today, Kenya joins the rest of the world in marking the World's Standards Day, a day set aside to honor experts across the globe who develop agreements commonly accepted as international standards. I note that this year's coincide with the Kenya Bureau of Standards 50th anniversary. It is therefore a double delight for me to join you for this momentous celebration. I am pleased to note that this celebration has brought together representatives from institutions across all the sectors of our economy, both private and public. This confirms our interdependence and the importance of the whole of society approach in confronting issues that are critical to the well-being of our nation. This day gives us a unique opportunity to collectively reflect on the journey that has been instrumental in shaping not only our economic landscape, but also the welfare of our people as envisioned in Vision 2030. We must take stock of both our achievements and failures, so that together we can move forward towards a better and a more inclusive future. I note from the program that there was expert panels discussing topical subjects ranging from the role of standards in industry, innovation, infrastructure, health, and environment. In the face of global changing dynamics, this forward-looking approach is indeed commendable. It is my hope that these discussions will yield workable solutions to address the thorny issues of substandard products and dumping, which have threatened to derail our journey towards economic prosperity. The criticality of standards in the survival of individuals and nations cannot be overemphasized. Standards are the foundation upon which we build our future, secure our livelihoods, and ensure the well-being of our people. They serve our first line of defense against harmful products and also as our key to building and expanding international markets for our products. It is befitting, therefore, that we reaffirm the fundamental truth that without standards, there is no progress, as they ensure that every industry, every product, and every service aligns with the highest benchmarks, allowing our nation to compete confidently on the global stage. Further, at the heart of public service and governance lies one word: trust. Good governance is not measured by the mere provision of services, but by the quality, reliability, and integrity of those services. Standards are the custodians of this trust. Whether in healthcare, infrastructure, or education, it is the quality of our work that earns us the confidence of the people. For this reason, the public service must embody the highest standards, becoming the shining example of what is possible when excellence and accountability guide every action. As you are aware, our nation is currently undertaking development anchored on the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. This agenda is not just about economic growth, it is about redefining Kenya's economic future, ensuring that no citizen, no sector, and no region is left behind. And as we set out on this transformative journey, I reiterate that the role of standards cannot be overstated. Our country is operating in a highly globalized and competitive environment, and to succeed, we must ensure that the quality of public service delivery and the products we offer to our citizens meet global benchmarks. From the smallest village to our largest cities, we must ensure that the products and services consumed by Kenyans and visitors are safe, reliable, and of the highest quality. Quality and standards do not just elevate industries. They build bridges of trust between the government and its citizens, and also between nations. In a nation where trust is strong, citizens can look to the future with confidence, knowing that their leaders are committed to accountability, transparency, and fairness. The more we uphold these principles, the stronger our social fabric becomes, fostering an environment where every Kenyan can thrive. Ladies and gentlemen, as the head of public service, I have made it a priority to enhance efficiencies across the public service, paying special attention to state corporations. Reforms are underway across these institutions to streamline operations, address governance challenges, and eliminate redundancies that have hitherto hindered their performance. In this respect, we have instituted comprehensive review of these organizations to ensure they operate within their mandates and adhering to a disciplined framework of good governance. By strengthening internal accountability measures, and improving regulatory compliance, we are securing public trust and promoting transparent and effective service delivery. And that is why we have been pushing the zero fault audit reporting, where we are expecting all government institutions, both state corporations and the civil service, to post their yearly financial statements with no fault. And we are very keen on that because we are sure that if we focus and become keen on what we are doing, and if we do the things in the right way, we, for sure, will have a country that is efficient, a country that is effective, a country that is transparent, a country that is confident of meeting its peers in the national arenas and without a blink of an eye state their position as a country that is fair and a country that is corrupt-free. We have also come up with very keen focus on regulatory authorities, where I think Kebs is one of the regulators, where we have asked all the regulators across the sectors to take their job seriously. We have asked them, go back to the statutes that created or established you, look at the mandates that you've been given, clause by clause, review them and implement as has been stated. We want a functioning government, a functioning public service, a predictable government institutions that each and every citizen of this country and those who do business with us from other countries are confident of what kind of an institution or a person they are dealing with. And therefore, I urge Kebs and all institutions in government, all sectors that are oversighted by these regulators to ensure that the standards, the quality, and the efficient delivery of services is adhered to. And that is the position of government, and we are asking all of us to conform. This is not just a policy shift, but also a cultural transformation that will ensure the prudent and ethical management of public resources for the benefits of all Kenyans and beyond, that secure a stable and predictable future for coming generations. As we look towards the future, we must remain alive to the unprecedented pace of global change. Technology is evolving, global trade is shifting, and the demands of modern society are growing more complex by the day. This reality requires us to be dynamic and agile. Standards, too, must evolve to meet these new challenges, ensuring that Kenya remains competitive, innovative, and resilient. Kebs and its partners must take charge, continuously setting higher benchmarks, anticipating future needs, and ensuring that our nation adapts swiftly to these changes. Ladies and gentlemen, as we push forward, there is an urgent need to remain vigilant against the ever-looming menace of corruption. Corruption is not just a moral failing, it is a direct attack on the standards that keep our nation upright. It undermines trust, weakens governance, and erodes the progress that we work so hard to achieve. I want to commend the current board and management of Kebs for steadying the ship because for the past 1 year, we have not had any scandal from Kebs. Whether you have eliminated all the, or you have created a style of working around them, but overall, I want to commend the staff, management, and the board of Kebs for ensuring that Kebs now is taking the right trajectory. And we want to encourage you to put more efforts, to be more transparent, instill integrity, and make sure that all the products that you are testing for their standards and quality are always up to the standards that are provided for, either international standards or East African standards or any other standard that has been provided and approved. I want to state that this institution was not just created because we wanted people to be employed. It was created as a very critical cog in the economic development of the country, in the business environment of this country, and also to ensure that there is confidence across the globe when it comes to either Kenya's products or any product that is coming in to be consumed by our people. So I want to encourage you to steer the ship correctly, instill discipline, professionalism, and make things happen as is required. I have confidence that with the leadership of Chairman Munyiri and also the CEO, Esther Ngare, and the entire the body of directors, this institution will regain its glory that it had in 1980s and 90s. Thank you for steering the ship. So in the public service, we have a duty to stand firm against this vice called corruption. Ensuring that every action we take is marked by transparency and fairness. And more importantly, that the welfare of the citizens remains our fundamental focus and motivation. Let us continue ensuring that we don't issue conflicting test results where it forces the court of law to wade into an arena that they don't understand. Let us issue the right results and let us stand by them. And I want to again, I want to assure you of government's support to ensure that you will modernize your equipment and laboratories so that you get the best, and Kenyans will get the best results and get the best quality of goods and services that you are testing. But stand firm and make sure that you do the right thing. And this is the only way we can secure the gains of the past 50 years. We can't say we are celebrating 50 years when people are crying or when people are complaining or where nations are doubting our recommendation or our test results. We will only say we are celebrating 50 years because we have made a mark in the country and in the world. And I want to assure you that we are with you. We are having a chat with Waziri, and I was informing that we have a lot of confidence that he will ensure that this institution will be a premier institution, not only in Kenya, but also in the globe. And if we really focus on these issues of governance, we can be sure that the next 50 years will be even more transformative than the last. Kenya stands on the brink of greatness, and it is the commitment to standards that will ensure we rise to meet the challenges of tomorrow. Let us embrace innovation. Let us uphold integrity and lead by example, ensuring that our future is one defined by quality, trust, and excellence. So I urge you to ensure that this celebration serves as a reminder of the power of standards, without which we stand little chance of getting effectively or competing effectively in today's highly dynamic world. In this respect, allow me to remind you of the immense responsibility you have to protect vulnerable citizens. When goods unfit for human consumption find its way into the supply chain, you bear the greatest responsibility for the mess. This should give you sleepless nights, not only from a professional perspective, but also a moral one too. However, with the honest introspection, we must admit that many times and in various ways, either intentionally or otherwise, Kebs has found itself in the line of fire from citizens, feeling betrayed and exposed by an institution set for the sole purpose of protecting them. We are all acutely aware that this country has witnessed several cases of goods unfit for human consumption, mysteriously disappearing from boarded warehouses, later to be traced and found in the open market. We are also aware of buildings collapsing due to use of substandard materials. How does that happen? Some of you seated here, perhaps today, are guilty. It is highly regrettable that a few unscrupulous officials have chosen to put citizens' health and well-being at risk by turning a blind eye to the abuse of Kebs' mark of quality. And this must stop, ladies and gentlemen. Those of you who truly believe in safeguarding your reputation and that of our country must call these criminals out. We cannot allow a few people to jeopardize a whole nation and its people for selfish personal gain. And I want to add and say that we have made tremendous progress, but we still have few rogue officers in Kebs. Either at the port, either at the high CD, and those who go around doing inspections. So I really want to urge the board, and it's a challenge, and the MD to take necessary action and to uproot all those who are hell-bent to continue to endanger the citizens of this country, and to make sure that they don't go near any responsibility that, if not done well, will put the entire country's reputation online. So the board and the management should really, really take charge and weed out any group, those very, very few people who still continue to spoil your name. Let us make sure that we get a team of men and women who will operate seamlessly a fair board and who will uphold the standards as is required. I want also to urge other regulators like Poisons, Pharmacy and Poisons Board, Directorate of Veterinary Services, Energy, Petroleum Regulatory Authority, and many other regulators to really refocus their intent when they are doing their job. We want to see them doing their job perfectly well. These are institutions, among others, that you hear always people saying, mkono wa serikali ni mrefu, because the regulators are the enforcers, the regulators are the ones who make things happen on the ground. So I want to urge all the regulators, all the watchdogs, to perform as is required and do their job. We can't have, especially as we speak, as the government is rolling out universal health care across the country, we cannot afford to have substandard medicine, nor have substandard equipment. So I want to urge all the hospitals in this country to refer their equipment to Kebs for calibration and ensure that they are always tested and calibrated so that they not only be safe to our people, but we get the best services from, and they get also the best services from their investment. And also on Kebs side, and the ministry perhaps will oversight that, is to develop regulations, because I understand there are no regulations to be calibrating or to oversight over hospital equipment. We want it to happen so that our people will be safe and the entire country will have a posture of co-defendant that, yes, whenever you go to hospital or any health facility, the services that you are getting either through going through some procedure or some tests, somebody should be confident that the equipment, either MRI, either all those equipment, are calibrated and of the standard required. So it's a challenge to Kebs, a challenge to all the players in health sector to ensure that Kebs, together with other regulatory institutions around health space, should adhere to what is required. As we are doing this, and as I had said earlier, I know Kebs have been struggling with their budget because of the budget cut that was done some few months ago. So I want to assure you that we are looking at it because we know the kind of critical role that we are playing in this country. But as you are reviewing, we are not saying that we shall approve blindly. Because what we know is that majority of the government institutions, they want this money to come and do a lot of development projects, change tarmac walkways into Cabro, do a lot of painting, construct unnecessary structures around. Those activities are not for now. We are in a very tight fiscal space. But if the budget that you're asking for is to come and upgrade the equipment, to enhance surveillance and also to ensure that whatever you do, you maximize the collection of levies that will eventually make you operate independent from Treasury, then we shall consider. So we are reviewing, and we are going to make sure that whatever you get has to be channeled to what is core to the institution, not other side issues. So as I conclude, I hope to see greater partnership between Kebs and our law enforcement agents so that we can collaboratively and effectively bring such criminals to book. These criminals I'm talking about, we need actually to ensure that we operate comfortably without suspecting ourselves. So we need to weed out those who are always messing us up, whether it is sugar, whether it is rice, and many other things around equipment, building equipment, as we are now rolling out seriously on affordable housing. We want to see all the materials to be of standard. We don't want to be seeing buildings collapsing because of the quality of the material. We are going to hold you responsible for the quality of the material, and we hold NCA for the engineering part of it. So let each and every one of us take responsibility on what they are supposed to do. So ladies and gentlemen, so allow me to end by commending and celebrating Kebs and its staff for 50 years of excellent service to this nation. Thank you for ensuring that Kenya remains a trusted and reliable source market for high-quality goods and services. Let us continue striving towards a future built on the pillars of integrity, trust, and quality. May God bless you, may God bless Kebs, and may God bless Kenya. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much indeed. Another beautiful round of applause, please. Let us be seen doing our jobs perfectly well. Ladies and gentlemen, just before we have that dramatic moment where we celebrate 50 years, let's take a journey of reflection.
Wageni mwakaribishwa Kenya yetu, hakuna matata.
For 50 years, the Kenya Bureau of Standards, Kebs, has laid the foundation for progress, helping Kenya grow its industries, build its infrastructure, and innovate for a sustainable future. Today, Kebs plays a critical role in achieving SDG 9, promoting sustainable industrialization, resilient infrastructure, and innovation in Kenya. From the food we serve our families to the infrastructure that drives our development, Kebs sets the standards that secure our future.
Let us celebrate the 50 years of standards that have made the Made in Kenya a mark of trust and excellence. Together we build a nation that is committed to sustainable growth and quality.
In agriculture, Kebs ensures that every product reaching your table is safe and meets global standards for sustainability and quality. Kenyan farmers now export globally with confidence, knowing our standards represent trust and innovation.
Kebs empowers industries to adopt cutting-edge technologies. We set standards that drive sustainable industrialization and global competitiveness.
In construction, every road, bridge and building adheres to standards that promote resilience and sustainable infrastructure. In healthcare, standards ensure that every hospital and clinic provides safe, reliable care meeting both local and international benchmarks.
Let us celebrate our people. They are the heart of Kebs. Their dedication and commitment ensures standards foster innovation and protects the future of Kenyan industries.
As Kenya grows, so do our standards. Kebs ensures that every product, whether local or global, meets the highest standards for sustainability, quality and innovation. Standards are the backbone of Kenya's innovation, driving clean energy solutions, modern infrastructure and sustainable industrial growth in line with SDG 9. The next 50 years depend on our commitment to standards that inspire trust, drive innovation and secure Kenya's future prosperity. Let's celebrate 50 years of standards. Let's celebrate Kebs. Let's celebrate a Kenya that thrives on quality and innovation.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's be upstanding as we launch this moment, and I'd kindly call upon our chief guest and his delegation to walk up to the stage, ready for the launch. Up to the stage, please. Ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. This is the moment, celebrating 50 years of quality, trust, and excellence. So that's the timer. 3, 2, and 1. Press the buzzer. Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, celebrating 50 years of safeguarding generations. Asante sana. Many thanks. And at that particular moment, we'll take the photos. We're ready. We'll take that first photo. Asante sana. It's a colorful day indeed. Yo, makofi tafadhali. Thank you so much. And so immediately after that, we'll now key parties who will be receiving awards. At kindly request for the rest of us, we may kindly take our seats. But at kindly request for our chief guest, we'll allow you to please honor us by giving these following awards. So we'll start with the retirees, recognition of retirees. So all the retirees who are here, please get ready to come. Okay, so the retirees are ready. But then we do have a booklet for the World Standards Day, because we're celebrating 50 years, but at the same time celebrating the World Standards Day. So let's have the QR code on the screen. The QR code on the screen, you can scan that QR code and get the booklet, World Standards Day booklet. But in the meantime, retirees, where are you? Karibu sana, would kindly request that we go up the stage stage. Please come. Please take the stage. Take the stage. Take the stage. Take the stage. Asanteni sana. Makofi yao tafadhali. Thank you for serving Kebs with dedication. Asante sana. The others you can actually move to the other side as well, so that that side, yeah, it's okay. You can go that side. Yes, please. Come this side. Njoo upande huu. Naam. Hii ni siku yenu. Abas, hii ni siku yenu. Leo tuseme asanteni sana kwa kazi yenu nzuri. Asante sana. Makofi to the retirees. Asante sana. Thank you so much. Asante sana. Tuweza kuketi chini tukishamaliza. Up next, Arso essay winners. Muko wapi? Up next. And the International Standards Olympiad winners, be ready, on standby. Arso essay winners. The essay writers. So you can also go to the other side. Yes, well done. And they received a check already for the good work. Asante sana. Asante. Makofi yao tafadhali. Up next, let's have the International Standards Olympiad winners and participants. We have a representative from Thika High School, Immaculate Shege Okwapi. Karibu sana. Makofi yake tafadhali. And we want to also celebrate the presence of Moi girls wako happy. Makofi yao tafadhali. We'll just recognize them. Asante sana. Thank you so much. Okay. Moi girls High School wako makofi, the future generation. Makofi yao tafadhali. Come. Well done. Asante sana. Asante sana, Moi girls. Well done. Keep it up. We celebrate you. The future is here indeed. Asante sana. And now the final category of awards. Makofi yao tafadhali. Others, yes. Well done. Thank you so much. Fantastic. Well done. Asante. Makofi yao tafadhali. Asante sana. Thank you so much. And the final category, you may now kindly take your seats. We'll have award of the Management System Certification. We'll have Kenyatta University, Teaching Referral and Research Hospital. Please come forward. Board Chair and CEO. Karibu sana. Uko wapi? Makofi yake tafadhali. We'll take a photo there with our chief guest, Bwana Felix Koskei. Asante sana. Up next, on standby, let's have Engineers Board of Kenya, Engineer Erastus Mwongera, Chairman of the Board. Please, karibia. Engineer Erastus Mwongera uko wapi? Karibia. Asante sana. Celebrate you. So we'll wait for a moment, Mwongera. Engineer Mwongera, just a moment. Thank you so much. All right, thank you. Kenyatta University Teaching Referral and Research Hospital. Makofi yake tafadhali. Asante sana. Thank you so much. All right, up next, Engineer Erastus Mwongera, Chairman of the Board, Engineers Board of Kenya. Karibu sana. Up next, Kenya National Highway Authority, Engineer Kungu Ndungu. Please be on standby. Engineer Kungu. Engineer Kungu. Let's have Nairobi Institute of Business Studies, Anthony Wanyoike. Please be on standby. Makofi yake tafadhali. Ronald Koyu from Nairobi. Alitembea 73,234 steps. Let's have Patrick Kirui from Uasin Gishu. 60,226 steps. Dominic Ondoro from Machakos, 53,535. Nicholas Nganga from Kiambu. Muko hapa, njoo. Mliweza kutembea basi mmoja mbio. Nicholas Nganga Kiambu, 50,782. Well done. That's the King's category. Aha. And it happened in one day, good people. Makofi hata vile. Ikiwezekana sote tusimame bana. Umetembea siku moja. Tusimame bana. These are the King's category. Asante sana. This is the King's category. Now let's have the Queens. Where are the Queens? Dr. Rita Chitwa, Machakos, 57,593 steps. Up next, Chepchirchir from Nairobi, 55,601 steps. Evelyn Agutron from Nairobi, 50,930 steps. Rose Kubande from Machakos, 50,262. These are the Queens, ladies and gentlemen. Makofi tafadhali. Uko wapi? Asante sana, asante. We celebrate you. Chanda mahovi kwa pete na well done. Asante sana. Wow. We may now kindly take our seats. Asante sana. And now, being the 50th anniversary, we do have a gift courtesy of Kebs. Let's have the gift. Let's have the gifts. National Standards Council members, mko wapi? Naomba pia muweze kufika jukwaani ili tuweze kusherehekea siku ya leo. Zawadi ziko wapi? Asante sana. We want to celebrate you, chief guest, Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service, Bwana Felix Koskei. Asante sana. Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry, Honorable Salim Mvurya. Asante sana. Management and directors, please be ready for your photo as well immediately after this. So let's have the award, the first gift of appreciation, led by the chairman of the National Standards Council, handing over the gift to our chief guest. Okay, so let's have the cabinet secretary receiving that particular gift. Makofi tafadhali to our cabinet secretary, Honorable Salim Mvurya. Asante sana. Makofi, asante sana. Thank you so much. On a chairman as well. Thank you so much. Up next, let's have the other. Ooh, there you go. To our chief guest, ladies and gentlemen, makofi tafadhali. Asante sana. A memorabilia, 50 years. Asante sana. Thank you so much. And now the photo, let's have the management and directors. Directors mko wapi? Naomba tafadhali kuwa mbele. We will only celebrate 50 years once. So let's please make it memorable. Directors mko wapi? Mjiunge tafadhali. Management, karibuni. Alafu moja kwa moja tukishatoka pale kuna keki. Keki imetayarishwa kabisa. Aha. Asante sana. Many thanks. Makofi tafadhali. Thank you so much, all the directors, the management. Asante sana. Stand firm and make sure you're doing the right thing. Excellent. Asante sana. And now, straight to the cake. Straight to the cake, and Redempta is ready to guide you through the cutting of the cake. Asante sana. There I'd kindly request that we have the chief guest, cabinet secretary, the PS, the chairman of the National Standards Council, and the managing director, Kebs. Na sote tutaka tutizame pia keki vizuri. Redempta, hebu tuongoze kabisa.
My name is Redempta Cherotich. I read the to my I lead the Toma Care team, and we have 2 cakes. All standard, and the other cake is to celebrate Kebs at 50. We'll start with the one for World Standards Day. So, our chief guest, we would like you to lead us in cutting this cake so that we can share with our staff. So this is the one for World Standards Day, and then we do the one for Kebs at 50. Yes. Tupangani. Happy World Standards Day. Let's celebrate. Let's cheer them up. Yes.
Kebs Choir mpo wapi?
Then we have the second one for Kebs at 50. And we have enough cake for each and every of us. So, karibuni sana. Yeah. Yes. Let's clap for them and cut the cake.
Wow.
Wow. Okay. So, Madam Miriam.
In the meantime, Kebs Choir, this is the moment. Take it away, take it away.
Yes, to all the patriotic Kenyans. Kama wewe ni Mkenya halisi, simama kwa miguu. Tushangilie Kenya.
Kila mtu tusimame tafadhali. Asante sana.
Tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda. Motiso. Tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda. Kenya yetu tunayoipenda. Tunajivunia sana tukijiita wa Kenya, nchi yenye baraka. Tunajivunia sana tukijiita wa Kenya, nchi yenye baraka. Kenya nchi yenye baraka. Kenya mkoa yetu ni nchi ya usalama, kamwe hatutaiacha. Kenya mkoa yetu ni nchi ya usalama, kamwe hatutaiacha. Kamwe hatutaiacha. Anayependa Kenya ni yule mwenye kutenda haki kwa watu wote. Anayependa Kenya ni yule mwenye kutenda haki kwa watu wote. Haki kwa watu wote. Ukipenda Kenya ujitenge na mambo yenye kuvunja amani. Ukipenda Kenya ujitenge na mambo yenye kuvunja amani. Hatutaki matata Kenya. Hatutaki matata Kenya.
Aya, kila mtu
Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele na milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele na milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu, nchi yenye upendo, hatutaiacha daima na milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele na milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele na milele. Hatuni mama yangu tena ni baba yangu, hatutaiacha milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele na milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele na milele. Tunaomba wote wananchi wa Kenya kutumikia Kenya milele na milele.
Makofi tafadhali to our chief guest. She's the name of Asante sana. Asante sana.
Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele na milele. Mienzo na Kenya,
Seated now. May kindly take our seats. Asante. Asante sana. Asante sana. I'd kindly request that we remain seated. Remain seated so that we close the way we started. Asante sana. Aha. Thank you so much for being here. We've been challenged, we have been taught. For the next 50 years, how is it going to be? What's going to happen? It's 15 minutes past 12. Ladies and gentlemen, according to protocol, we have a quiz. We have a quiz. We want to see who is going to win this particular quiz. But remember, you can scan the QR code to access the booklet. That's the Kebs World Standards Day booklet. As we celebrate years of safeguarding generations, just a quick feel of how that journey has been, especially for those at Kebs. So very quickly, we'll have our panel discuss. Ah, you've already joined. Aha. Okay, hold it right there, hold it right there, hold it right there. Before we get to the quiz, don't close that tab on your phone. Don't close that tab on your phone. Just before we get to the quiz, we want to have a quick discussion, just quick. And we should be done, ready for lunch. But we cannot leave here without those testimonials, those stories that inspire us to be better. And so very quickly we'll engage in a discussion on walking down memory lane with Kebs former and staff. So we are ready. Walking down memory lane with Kebs former and current staff, please. Where are the seats? Or you can just come in front here, then we'll have a quick engagement. Where's Dominic Ndoro, Richard Mumbe, Grace Onyango, Engineer Nelson Karanja, and Engineer James Okwero? Mukobe, John, tafadhali. It's going to be a quick one-on-one as we celebrate that journey. Beatrice Mushui. Aha. Beatrice Mushui, karibu sana. Okay, so we're having the seats at the front. Okay. So it's going to be a conversational session very quickly. The lessons, the challenges. Wait. Madam Beatrice is already here, fired up to talk to us. Started in 1974. Talk to us.
Good afternoon. Okay, I'm Beatrice Muchui. Sorry. Wow. A big round of applause for them once again. You know, we did a poll earlier on, and we asked the question, where do you fall in? Do we have the poll there? The one on above 50, 50 years, below 50, and 80% of the people here below 50. Below 50. And definitely we want to learn from you so that we become the epitome of excellence. How was it for you the first time you joined Kebs? How was it? The microphone. Let's have this. There you go. Are we good? Not yet, okay. Use my microphone. Hello. I'm Beatrice Muchui. I started Kebs 1974 with the founder, Bureau of Standards, who was called Francis Beda Michael. That was 1974. My file number, because I started opening the Bureau of Standards numbers, I gave myself number 7, although I started opening the KBS files, personal as well as general files. So we started the Kenya Bureau of Standards with Mr. Michael, although he passed on 1988, and we started somewhere inside town, Campus Ribeiro. That was 1974. Then we continued. 1975, we went to town. This was Commerce House. We were there very briefly. After 3 months, that is the time when the recruitment of Akina Raila Odinga, Peter Kuguru, late Dr. Miso, it was done. That was 1975. Then 1976, we moved to NHC House. briefly we were there, and that's the time the Kenya government was trying to allocate a plot for Kenya Bureau of Standards. I have Engineer Okwero here.
Engineer Okwero seems to be very knowledgeable. In fact, he was asking me, do I have an idea of who this person I'm talking to? Engineer Okwero, talk to us. How was it your experience? Name the dates as well, so that we get to understand how it all started for you.
Can use this. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, I'm Engineer James Okwero. I was file number BS18. I was recruited here. I joined in May 5th, 1975.
Wow.
And when I joined, I was a standards officer. I grew up to become senior standards officer, became principal officer, senior principal officer, and then later on director, assistant director. That was 1984. In 1996, I retired from the bureau. So I've been out of the bureau for the last 28 years.
28 years.
Give me some clap.
A big round of applause. Absolutely. Engineer, before you continue on.
No, I'm coming back.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm coming back. After 1996, when I left, I went in private sector. I was doing some my own things. And 7 years later, in 2003, I was appointed under the Honorable Kibaki regime. I was appointed chairman of National Standards Council. So I became chairman, back on the bureau, chairman of National Standards Council from 2003 to 2006. So the 2006 lapsed in about July, and I was given extension for 4 more months until November 2006. That's when I officially left the bureau. Since that time, I've not been back here because the bureau did not organize a party for me. And when I was in the bureau, I was very keen in organizing parties for living directors and living MDs and living chairmen. And I heard you called Engineer Ngeny as the first chairman. Actually, it was not Engineer Ngeny first chairman. It was Engineer Simon Mbogwa, who was then the chief engineer-in-chief, Ministry of Public Works. She was appointed then briefly, then Engineer Ngeny took over later. So how it was when we came in, you had a director of standards quality control talking about search for land. I was then the senior most civil engineer in the institution, and search for land was in my docket. So I searched for land. We went to, the first one was behind Serena, the parking lot of Serena. We were given that by government. We said that's too small. Second one, we were given behind the museum, next to that hotel, what do you call it? Down there. We said, no, that's too close and not too good topographically. Then the Commission on Land asked us to come here because Kenya National Examination Board was also here. And we came here and we established our center here. So since then, things moved on. And as we said, the director said also that we were on 7th floor of Kenya Trading. No, we were 7th floor of National Housing Corporation building. That's where you are, on the 7th floor. So from there is when we came down here. But what I can recap in terms of what I've seen for the last 50 years, and also being here and being out and seeing how the economy is and what the bureau impact is, I can say a few things. And I would like to, because I was, I think, a unique one, because an officer who served here for 21 years, then later on became the chairman. So I have the experience of the operations and also the experience of the policy issue at the National Council level. So that gave me a big advantage, and has given me a big advantage in terms of what I know about the bureau.
Engineer, we want to come back.
Yes, yes.
Operations, policy.
Yes, yes.
The people here who are thinking, I want to walk the same journey. I want to make a difference the way you did. What's that quality, value that you had throughout that caused you to move one step to the other?
I think one of the things that in working, which a lot of people make mistake of, sometimes you strive to develop the job. Developing the job is not really good. Develop the skills. The staff should develop the skills.
The skills.
Not the job. The job issue is just one-off, but the skills are long-lasting and widespread, and also, when you are talking about, the skills are wholesale. The job is retail. That's what you use to get money quickly.
Mm-hmm.
But the skill is a wholesale. Yeah, you can provide many people.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one of the things that we encouraged the staff to do. And while we were here, people were given the opportunity to develop their skills. And I can tell you, I also worked to develop my skills.
Wow.
And it's a question of moving around. I think I went to UK to get the standards. I went to Germany. I went to India. I went to Argentina.
Wow.
I went to UK. USA. And all these places, we were learning on how to get standards. And then too, when we came in here, there was a tendency of staff to stay in their own line. You are employed as a quality controller,
you stay on your
and you stuck there. I fought very hard to break that behavior.
Mm-hmm.
And I was told to be the first one to move. So I moved from standards development to corporate planning. I created corporate planning here.
Wow.
And when I created corporate planning, I used the program, what the people do at ESO, Caltex, those days, they were very powerful. When I introduced the corporate planning, that also became an attractive area. Then later on, a lot of people moved to corporate planning, including my lady here.
Madam Beatrice.
Yes, Beatrice here.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Engineer Okwere, a big round of applause for him. Thank you so much. Do you agree with what Engineer Okwere says, that skills, not job, skills, and don't stick into just one line? Tell us your name first. Go ahead.
Morning, everybody. Is it morning or afternoon? My name is Nelson Mugunda Karanja, an engineer, a mechanical engineer by profession. I joined the Bureau in October 1980 when the Bureau was only about 5 years old.
Wow.
Okwero, I met him here. They were our bosses. They are the ones who interviewed us. When I joined, actually, I was fresh, almost fresh. I was about 30 years. In fact, I had not married, but I married from the Bureau. But when we started, we were the boys who are running around in the industry, picking some. I was employed in quality control section department, so we were running around the industry, picking samples, testing those samples. That time, Bureau did not have machinery to test, so we used to go to Ministry of Public Works, because we were dealing with mechanical and civil engineering products. And then we would run back to the industry, tell them where they are going wrong, and maybe discuss with them what should be done. Then as I got experience, I got knowledge in standardization and quality control. In 1986, we started training industry in quality management, statistical quality controls, where we would hold seminars in Mombasa, seminars in industry, to educate them as one of the mandate of Kenya Bureau of Standards. As I gained more experience, my knowledge became wider. 1992, we started hearing about ISO 9000, and I was sent to Turkey, where I learned about ISO 9000 and quality systems. So when I came back, we started teaching industry about ISO 9000 and so on. Then the industry started asking us, do you have the ISO 9000? How can you start teaching us, or even start assessing us when you are not assessed? So during the director, Nyamunga, he said, Karanja, you are going to start this quality management here.
Wow.
So I started now writing the procedure, showing others how to write the procedures to make the quality management systems. And this is how we established the quality management. I'm seeing quoted somewhere.
Wow.
Up here.
Excellent.
At the same time, Nyamunga was very business-minded, and he said, one of the other mandates of the Bureau is to check imports. Karanja, you went to Turkey, and there they were doing import inspection. I want you to go to Mombasa and start that business of checking imports, testing imports. So again, while doing the quality management, we went to Mombasa with other employees of the Bureau, and we started the quality inspection of imports. I think I stayed there for 3 years. Then I was removed and taken back to quality management. And then after that now, after teaching others how to do the quality management and so on, other changes came. And I found myself in Nakuru as one of the staff there. I stayed in Nakuru for 4 years. Then in the last six months, the regional manager retired, and I was almost going home. I was told, Karanja, shikiria hapo. Nikashikiria hapo. After 3 years, nikaambiwa Karanja enda nyumbani sasa. So, in the short, that is my experience here.
Wow. Thank you. A big round of applause to Bwana Nelson. Thank you so much indeed. Next on line, was it that easy to just come up with an idea like quality like Bwana Nelson, and you were told, hey, run with it? Was it as easier then?
Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Dominic Otieno Ndoro. I joined Kebs on 1st of September 1993. And all of them were here. In fact, I think my letter was given by the lady there.
Madam Beatrice.
Yes.
Thank you.
So I joined metrology as an assistant metrology officer. Of course, before then, I worked with the ministry. I was doing factory inspection. And then now I started dealing with things which I was inspecting then at the metrology. So I have grown in metrology, and actually I've only served in metrology for the last 31 years. I've just been in the same department. Sometimes it is difficult to do what Engineer Okwero was saying, to try to cross change, because some of the things we do there are really grounded at BIPM. And
What's that?
International Bureau of Weights and Measures. We are members from 2010, and sometimes you don't need to change personnel, because when you change, then you start again from fresh. Also on accreditation, our lab was the first to get accreditation in 1997, the volume and flow lab, which I was heading then. And that was the first. Now we have about 10 more labs already accredited by German Calibration Service. Thank you very much.
Dominic, how did you ever encounter Engineer Okwero?
Yes,
How did he treat you?
He recruited me, and actually I got a job in after staying here for 2 years. I got a job with the oil company, and I went to him to ask whether, of course, the salary was much better than what I was having here, but he warned me, please don't go. And I think I can attest that
please go ahead.
Staying around was helpful. Thank you.
Well done. A big round of applause. Engineer Okwero, thank you so much, Dominic. Was the pay okay when you started? Your name?
My name is, I'm Richard Mumbe. I've worked for the last, I joined Kebs 1st October 1985.
Wow.
As a young man immediately after A-level, Kebs that time was recruiting in labs and editorial and other areas. They were recruiting from 6 levers to join in at the beginning. I joined in as a copy holder. That is, the copy holder is a person who reads a standard when the proofreader is listening or the editor is listening. And standards, I have come today with the first standard of 1975.
Wow!
Which has Engineer Okwero as the secretary of the TC.
We need to see that on the screen.
And
are we able to?
This is,
Engineer
Okwero, you can agree.
Richard, just a moment. We just want to see that you came with it. Let's just focus on that a bit. Are we able to get that? Okay, camera. Let's look at that.
This is the editorial guide, the standard of standards, the first one to be developed in 1975 by the following. Secretary is Engineer Owino Okero, who is seated with me here, who was a senior standards engineer. We have the chairman, FB Maiko. We have members, PN Kunguru, I think he's a former Kunguru Full Complex. Raila Odinga, Group Standards Manager, Engineering.
Where?
Jugi, Head of Quality Control and Certification Marking Scheme. Dr. Misoi, who was a senior food technologist. We have Jane Osundwa, who was my boss because Osundwa was the chief librarian, and that time editorial section was domiciled in documentation library. And we have Isaac Kaloki, senior quality control and certification officer, and I think Kaloki was the prosecutor for those companies that are flouting the whatever. Then we have Mr. J.N. Mwangi, who was a chemical standards officer. For your information, page 2 of this document has never changed because I've worked in standards editorial for the last 39 years, and still page 2 is the way it was in 1975.
Is that a good thing?
The only small change which was not incorporated was in 1999 when we started adoptions, and we had to create a way of handling the preliminary pages of the ISO standards. But for the last 40 years, this document, which I was given immediately after getting employment, you used to get this document which I have, and a small booklet called Kebs in the brief.
Kebs in brief?
Yes. Then there was another small booklet like this, which I know I have, called ISO, so that we have now joined editorial of standards. And for all those years, we have the 85. When I came, the standards have changed in color. After this, we went to blue, which used to be printed by Majestic Printing Works. And then editorial section was formed in 1987 under Madam Birundu, who was the first senior editor. We talked yesterday. I was surprised. She told me she has not been invited. And that is the father of editorial practice. In fact, she said that immediately you get employed, you used to be sent to India so that you can know how to handle standards the first month. Me, I was among the last people not to be sent out of the country, but I was attached. Later on, I was taken to German Print Media Academy in German on print technology. I really, as Engineer Karanja said, at one time I wanted to move out, but all the time forces would come and return me to editorial. And standards, even in terms of propagation, in terms of repertory, in terms of, we rose from reprographics. Reprographics was a standard used to be color-coded so that a junior person like my level used only to handle the manuscript. Then the IBM, which is the highest technology at that time, was being handled by senior editors and officers. And then we changed from reprographics to other machines came in, and then we moved to the blue standards with the title, and then from there we went to the current standards where we put them in the web store and the print on demand. As my Wednesday is my last day in Kebs in terms of retiring, and I'm very proud of what I've done for that first year.
Wow, big round of applause to Richard.
Yes, thank you.
Now we just have about 20 minutes, so we'll share this time wisely. Let me come back to you, Madam Beatrice. We're talking about our good journey, everything is flowing from one title to another. Was there a moment you hit a challenge, you faced a challenge head on, and how did you maneuver through it? Think about that challenge, think about that challenge. One challenge, think about it and how you maneuvered. Madam Beatrice, let's start with you. Can even be from a personal perspective that didn't allow you to perform well in work, but you still maneuvered through. Go ahead.
When we lost the founder of Kenya Bureau of Standards, the late Michael, the change was not all that easy because I had, when he passed on, we didn't have an MD. So I was dealing with the board of directors, that is the National Standards Council. There was the TCJ Ramtu, the one who was now assisting us in running the bureau until we got a replacement, until we got the new MD. Otherwise, it was not very easy because I was doing almost everything. Since the director had departed, and I was doing the office work, I was dealing with the directors. It was not easy for me, but otherwise I got the assistant and everything went on well.
Wow, thank you so much. A big round of applause to Madam Beatrice. Just one question before I let you go. How was the gender ratio then? 50-50%?
No, no.
Uh-huh. How was it?
30-70.
So 71 women?
No, men. Who were very few ladies at the bureau that time.
All right.
Who were very few.
And now, what would you say about the situation at the moment?
The situation, it has really changed. And in fact, when I'm out there, because I've seen the bureau growing from, it's like now when you get a baby, then you nurture it.
Wow.
So I feel very proud of when I left the bureau. I retired in 2004, September. By the time I was retiring, by the way, bureau had a staff load of 1,550, 1,550. So it has really grown.
Wow.
So when I see it out there, or when I come here, because sometimes I keep on coming here to see how my baby is growing.
Wow.
I become very proud of it.
Excellent,
I
excellent.
really talk about the bureau when I'm out there. You guys, you know, I'm an extension of the bureau out there.
Wow.
So I like that, and I'm proud of this organization.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Madam Beatrice.
Yeah.
Engineer Okwero, you don't seem to be the kind of person who meets challenges. Challenges are, you know, an opportunity for you to grow. Talk to us. One challenge that you faced, and how did you maneuver? Go ahead.
Is this thing on?
Yeah, it's on. Go
It's
ahead.
on. Are you hearing me?
Yes, go ahead.
I'll give you a personal challenge, or a personal, and an institutional challenge. The institutional challenge was when I was appointed the chairman. I found an institution where they are not paid hospital, or all their statutory deductions are not being paid. They are running a debt in the bank. And I was told by the minister, and I was appointed with the late engineer Masila. We were briefed by the minister, said that we want you to turn around that institution in the fastest way possible. So we came and found all that not happening. I convened a management meeting. Having been here before, 7 years before, I asked management meeting what happened to our projections in terms of revenue. What happened? Because we gave you projections for the next 30 years. This is less than 30 years. What happened? What happened in between? So I realized that I don't know, but some people take religion too far. Some people take religion too far. I was told that the MD and the deputy were not collecting revenue, which they termed sin money, from VAT, from breweries, and from all industries that were producing alcohol. So the money was spending there. So all I did was to call BAT, MD, and he told me, oh, you are the new chairman? I said, yes. When do you want the money? I said, even now.
Wow.
Can you come tomorrow morning and collect your check?
Boom.
So within 2 months, we had collected all the checks from all those farms. We paid all statutory deductions, and we got back on our feet. And within the next 1 year, I managed to convince the minister to recruit more engineers, more graduates, and we recruited 76 graduates and about 28, something around that figure, technicians. So that, even the minister, who was then Honorable Kitui, asked me, Okwero, how did you make it? I said, no, I know the place. I grew up there. I know what the challenges are. So I solved that problem. That was the institutional challenge. The next, which was a personal, thank you.
Well done.
The next, which was a personal challenge, I left in 96. It was early. I did not leave at 55. I didn't reach 55. But like all of us, I'd worked so hard in this institution. I was number 3 all the time. Then number 2 left. Number 1 died. So naturally, it should have me taking over. So I tried to campaign to get it. And then the chief secretary even called me, and I recruited for him somebody, and I thought I would get it. And then suddenly, a colleague who was a friend, who was my year mate, was brought from outside. We made an MD. I just said, I'm not going to work here now. So I left. That's how I left the bureau. So when I left, I think the gods were with me. They said, no, 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 you worked so hard for that institution. So just wherever you are. 7 years later, I was hunted to come back. I was then working. I joined an NGO and established Kakuma refugee camp. I was the guy in charge of all the infrastructure program with the World Food Program, JICA, and World Immigration, International Immigration Organization. So I was hunted and was called back. And then I said, I was told that you are required by the minister. I went and he asked me to give him my CV. When I gave him, after 2 days, he called me and said, wait for the Gazette notice. So that's how I got in there.
Wow.
So my advice is just work honestly, do your work, wachana na mambo mingi, and then the gods, if the gods are with you, you'll reach very far.
Wow.
So to reach the chairmanship, and then after 28 years, I still look like this. I'm very happy about it.
Hey, Engineer Okwero, makofi, wachana na mambo mingi.
Yes.
Do your work.
Yes. Now, I have some things I wanted to, just because of my experience, both in operation
yes.
and policy. I have 3 things I want you to do as a way forward. Yes, as a way forward. Or I can wait for later. A way forward, way forward.
Yeah, a way forward. Actually, yes. we have a final round of questions. Maybe you can tackle it then.
I can touch it there.
Yeah.
Okay,
Asante sana. Makofi yake tafadhali. Thank you so much. Nelson, Bwana Nelson, tuambie. Challenge you faced and how did you maneuver through it? Go ahead.
Okay, let me try. When I came to the bureau, that is 1980, I had worked in industry for 3 years. And I was getting good money, employed. I was getting good money, more than what I was offered in the bureau. But when I came to the bureau, I think I was cornered. I had been cornered. I was coming to stay. And the reason is, I was manufacturing hard operated sprayers. These ones we spray coffee with. And the director there was saying, Karanja, I want you to produce so many per day, so many. So I was doing a good job. But we had a marketing manager who was supposed to dispose them, to sell them in Imeru, Kisii, wherever. So he used to go and sell out there. And he was told one day, if you come back, if the MD comes back to the store and find it is full, he'll have to go. So this man went to do the marketing, selling, and so on in Imeru one time, and I was producing. When he came back, he found his office closed, and he was told to go.
Aye.
I felt so bad for him that he's a young man, he's started a family, now he's being told he'll be sacked. From that time, I started looking for another job. Unfortunately, the bureau advertised for jobs. Quickly, the bureau was growing, so they called us for interviews. And after all, I think I went for 3 interviews. I passed and I was called here. So when I came here, I was coming to stay. And nothing was going to move me out, unless a sacking letter. So I came here determined to work. And fortunately for me, in quality control, we were taken to many trainings. Go to quality control, Japan, wherever, because we are sort of pioneers in the field of standardization, because there are no more people, before us. So I think I enjoyed the work. I enjoyed the trainings. I come, after being trained, I come and train others. I come after being trained on ISO, I'm told to implement the system here. I come after learning about the inspection of products, go to Mombasa, go to ICD and start this thing. So all through, I was enjoying life here. And remembering how my friend was sacked on the other end, I was saying, let me be content here. So I stayed here for 26.5 years until I was told, you are old enough now, you can go.
Makofi to Bwana Nelson. Asante sana. Bwana Dominic, challenge. How did you maneuver through it? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank the first challenge, I think I already shared when I got a job in the oil company when I was 2 years old here. And when I approached Engineer Okwero, he told me, no, don't go. I think the salary was almost double. And so in my heart, I was really troubled to leave a double salary based on the guidance from Engineer Okwero. So it troubled me for some time, but after some time, I got convinced that it was okay to stay. The second experience is also an operational one. One time we used to calibrate these meters for metering jet fuel into planes. And we had some meters in Lokichogio. Now we had to move in a truck from Nairobi to Lokichogio carrying the standard which we are using to do the calibration. Now, when you get to Turkana, you needed to get security to be able to do the last stretch. And so the last escort was taking off around 3 p.m. So we found when the last escort was already gone. And so we had almost another 3 or 4 hours for it to get dark. So we visited Lake Nakuru, Lake Turkana, just to go and see the fishermen. And so we parked our truck a little bit far off. Then we went now into the lakeshore to see. After about 1 hour, when we came back, we found that our truck had already subsided in the sand. This was around 6 p.m. in the evening. Now, organizing how to remove and by the way, that time, that place was a bit of, we had a lot of bandits. So and that's why we were actually waiting for escort to get us to the next place. So that evening was a very tricky evening. We were three, me and my technician and the driver. Now we had to organize how to remove this truck from there to town. It's about 7 kilometers away. That evening we worked overtime. But by midnight, we moved the truck from that immersion in the sand back to town.
Well done, well done. Big round of applause to Bwana Dominic. Asante sana. Richard, challenge, how did you maneuver through?
Actually, I've faced 3 challenges in this organization in my last 39 years.
Yeah?
When I was appointed by the two, Muchui was a senior training officer and Engineer Okwero was corporate planning, which was in charge of training, and I was appointed as the youngest, and possibly that time Kebs used to send people to Polytechnic and other institutions, they go and they fail exams. So they said that the people they are going to send must be sharp people who can pass the exam. Then some people went and put something on the notice board that we are demanding salaries like Kenyatta National Hospital, and it was said it is me who put it. I remember Engineer Okwero and Muchui and Kiragu and MD Nyamunga. And I think there was Divo and somebody else. They came and formed a committee, and then I went there and they said, I don't know, maybe it is because I've been chosen to go for training. This is sabotage. And actually, they agreed with me. I was sent to training, and I was told, since you are still an employee, if anything comes, they will come back and you will be asked questions. I just want to tell my colleagues for the last 40 years that usikuwe na hiyo kijicho ya kutaka kusabotage mtu mwingine nafasi yake ikifika.
Bas.
If you're in the labs, testing, wanasema you should go to know more about 17025 because you are the one who should go. Wewe achia huyo, yako itakuja. That's one thing I want to tell you. Number 2 is what the head of public service was talking about here. Me and my boss, the editor, we were about to be sacked over the fertilizer standards, KS 157, because we handle the final standard that goes to customer, And when you are trying to change from kilogram to milligram, when you look at the computer, K and M, they are next to each other.
Hey.
So when we try to change, we change by mistake from milligram to kilogram, and that is what went out. The regime then was believing that we are sabotaging. And I remember my boss here, Engineer Lukorito, is the one who went to the MD and convinced him that when you look at the way they have worked in these standards, remember, I only found number 450 standards, KS 450 ndio niliingia naye. And I have left the more than 10,000 standards which have passed through my eyes, na sivai specs. Bado naona mbali. So, Engineer Lukorito went and convinced the MD then that it is not possible for the two or whatever. Actually, they were saying we should be interdicted because, you know, fertilizer was very hot. Yeah, and even now, even still, fertilizer is a very hot issue. So the second time I was saved from the sword of Damascus. The third time was in 1997 to around 1997 to 2000. Money for Ubora was not being remitted. And we were only paying the staff the little money. Our Ubora check had grown to around 16 million with the non-remittance. That's how I stood as a director in 1999, and I was elected up to this day. But we made sure there was an issue of 376, KS 376, on mattresses, where the head of Q&D mattresses, the MD that time was avoiding to meet us. But because of mattresses, he had to go and meet him, and then we secured a chance. And immediately, as Engineer Okoro here was saying, because I remember that Friday when he left, that same week is when we went and we are paid back our 16 million, and we declared good dividends. That is for the Ubora Society, where I have served as a director. Otherwise, the challenges in editorial up to now is even the issue of we are buying from the web store, and I still find acceptability of the web store purchase. They really like the color of the Kenya standard. So those are challenges that are there. We have seen them. And I hope my colleagues, as they remain around, they will take up from where we have left.
Absolutely. Asante. Makofi to Richard. Because of time, it's already 1 p.m. I'll give the final chance to Engineer Okwero. But before that, there's a quick announcement for the CEOs. Please meet at the back. Louisa, where are you? Louisa, please. Please, just this way. All the CEOs, if you're here, please make your way to my right-hand side. You'll be guided. Engineer Okwero, way forward.
Thank you. Yeah, you can hear me. Yes. The way forward, but I want to give you a few tips. I've been a practitioner and user of your standards in the field. I've also been a developer of the standards, and I also have been a policymaker at the Bureau. And a few tips that I wanted to give you. One, I've seen when you are struggling with a few things, a few communication issues, etc. in the papers. During our times, we were really tutored on how to handle some of these things. So in your communications, I would ask you that if there's an issue, ask this question: are we solving a viable problem? Are you solving a viable problem? If you are not solving a viable problem, don't touch it. Because nature has that you can sometimes lie down for people to work on you, but there are others who will claim that you are not flat enough. You are getting me? So, in your communication, sometimes the issues you handle, I would advise you that you do that. The next one is way forward. 3 issues I wanted to tell you. From what I've seen and what I've heard and what I've experienced. One, the Bureau Kebs now need to create a new sense of purpose. You heard when the speeches were there, the purpose of the Bureau then was to protect the consumer. So is that purpose still valid? So you need to have a conference or a cover discussion or a workshop to define really the new purpose of the Bureau. I have seen you talk about innovation, ETC, AI, but those need to be defined in a more structured way. 2, I want the Bureau to work harder on attracting new skills. Work harder on attracting new skills. I was reading a newspaper, and I saw a list of our ladies or our students who are taken overseas through the Wing to Fly, Equity Bank. And I was really impressed that there was a lady in some university, Preston, and what she's specializing on is the language of machines. You will need the language of machines because that's what makes the AI work. If you don't get the right language, it will come back and hurt you. So I was really impressed when I saw that. So we need to work and attract new skills. The third one is that you should note that income is determined by your philosophy, not by the economy. You have people crying that the economy in Kenya is not working, but people making money. Why are those guys making money? Because of their philosophy. The banks are making money in this country. It's their philosophy that's making them make money. So look at your philosophy as opposed to the economy. With that, God bless you.
Wow.
And I wish the Kenya Bureau of Standards a happy life in eternity. Thank you.
A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Why don't we just stand and just celebrate the wisdom that has been shared. Thank you so much, panelists. Asanteni sana. Makofi yao tafadhali. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end. And just before we get the vote of thanks, tupige picha pale, asante sana. We may now kindly take our seats. For the panelists, you may kindly come down the podium. Yes, you can kindly. Oh, I love this. It's not about the economy, it's about your philosophy. Excellent, excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to finalize in a big way before the vote of thanks. Just get your phones, get your phones, get your phones, get your phones. We have one award winner, ladies and gentlemen, celebrating 50 years. We can only celebrate it once. The panelists, please follow. Okay, go ahead. This way, please, the panelists. Join in, join in, join in, join in, join in. And then we'll have the vote of thanks. All right, 65 players. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, engineer. Many thanks. Appreciate it very much. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, we're closing 78 people. We have 3 awards. Number 1, number 2, number 3. So please, it's how fast you use your phone. It's how fast you use your phone. We're about to close here. 95 players. Let's get to 100. We roll the dice. We roll the dice. We roll the dice. 98, 98, 95. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Join in. Go to menti.com. Use the code 6609 53 27. That number again, 6609 53 27. 102 players ready. Roll the dice. Roll it. It's how fast you use your phone. Answer fast to get more points. Simple questions. You'll get yourself an award. What date is it today? We asked this the last time. Let me see. Let me see. I mean, it's simple question. No big deal about it. No big deal about it. Simple question. Absolutely simple question. We always have a problem with this question. I don't know why. Why do people say today is 14th of October 2034? This is 2024, ladies and gentlemen. For some reason. Okay. Let's see who the first winner is. First round. This is the first round, so check out. First round, Herbert, Wycliffe, Cess, Carolyn, Prue, Marlene K, Clément. Be on standby. 2 more questions to go. 2 more questions to go. Fastest is Habit. Where's Habit? Habit uko wapi? Habit uko wapi? Inua mkono wako tafadhali. Habit, yuko wapi? Asante. Okay. Eyes on your phone. Join in the second question, second question, second question, second last. Get ready. It's how fast you are. It's how fast you are. It's how fast you are. We're closing this. Players ready? We're ready. 141. 141. Okay. Roll the dice. Let's go. Roll the dice. Let's go to the next question. Answer fast to get more points. Check your phone. Check your phone. Check your phone. Question. What does Kebs stand for? Come on. We're done. This is a done deal. If you miss this, I don't know what to do. Absolutely. After 50 years, we don't know what to say. It should be 100%. It should be 100% good people. Oh my goodness. Oh no. Oh no. Oh! Kenya Board of Standards? Kenya Bureau of Statistics? How? After 50 years. After 50 years. We need to call out those names. Anyways, let's see the results. Let's look at who are the winners here. Second round. Habit is still leading there. Second round. Wycliffe says pro. Wycliffe has taken charge. Habit, be on standby. Final question, ladies and gentlemen. Final question, ladies and gentlemen. Final question, ladies and gentlemen. Where are the gifts? Where are the gifts? It's on standby. Where are the gifts? Ah, fantastic. All right. 1:36. We're closing this. Check your phone. Check your phone. Check your phone. Check your phone. Celebrating 50 years. Kebs at 50. Don't miss out on this. It's our first year. Roll the dice. Let's go. Answer fast to get more points. Simple questions. More guys is here. Simple questions. Oh, how many years is simplest question ever. How many years is Kebs celebrating? If you miss this, we're calling out your name. We're calling out your name. If you miss this, we're calling out your name. Oh my goodness. 50 runs, come on. How many is 50 years? Let's see who the winner is, and I kindly call upon Mother, please come. Already. Who's the winner is it? Who's the winner? Each of them, standards. Ladies and gentlemen, let's be upstanding for Wycliffe. Where is Wycliffe? Wycliffe for Bobby. Take the photo. Kebs at 50 winner up the stage. Absolutely up the stage. That's the guy, Wycliffe. Oh. Well, at the Samara water to finale. Celebrating 50 years, Wycliffe. Give it up. Fantastic. Well done. Asante sana. Well done. Do we have number two, number three? Let's see number two. That's number one, Wycliffe. Okay, where's number two? Let's look at number two. Okay. All right, two pair. Asante. Makofi yake tafadhali. Do you have number two? Number two, no? Okay. So number two, let's see. Just take it back. Number two, don't worry. Number two, where are you? So Wycliffe, we have Wycliffe already, number one. Take it to the end. Next, let's see. So we had Wycliffe. Number two is, let's say, no rigging here. So we have Pooh. Where's Pooh? Pooh copy. Now BMK. Pooh number two, BMK number three. Pooh. Is that Pooh? Fantastic. BMK, where are you? BMK copy. BMK. Okay, we're closing. Thank you so much. You may kindly take our seats. And as we hear the vote of thanks, makofi nyingine to Pro, asante sana. And just before Bwana Martha speaks to us, we had a personal message from the ISO Secretary General personal message. Earlier on, he spoke to us. Oh, that's BMK. BMK, karibu sana. Well done, BMK. Asante. Are we good? Fantastic. Oh, let's play that message before Mwanamwatha gives us the vote of thanks, then lunch.
ISO joins Kenya Bureau of Standards in celebrating its 50th anniversary as we mark this 2024 World Standards Day. This is an opportunity to reflect on a vital question. What would Kenya or any other country in the world be without standards? The answer touches on the very foundation of Kenya's strategy for economic and social development. For 5 decades, Kebs has been at the forefront as a pillar of quality, trust, and progress in every facet of its society. I am convinced that the next 50 years will also be shaped by our ability to set standards that inspire trust, drive progress, and empower our future. I wish you a happy 50th anniversary and a great World Standards Day.
Asante sana. Over to you, Bwana Mwatha.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, as you have heard, my name is Zacchaeus Mwatha. I am the one standing between you and lunch, so I won't take a lot of time. All protocols observed. I wish to take this opportunity to thank the chief guests for gracing this occasion and giving us very good words of wisdom and the challenges. We look forward to both building on the challenges and the compliments that we got from the chief guests. I won't go to thank everyone individually because I'm a good student. When I went for SLDP training, I was told vote of thanks should not be another presentation. I was told the vote of thanks should not take more than 1 minute. So let me thank everybody for sparing their time, for contributing towards this event. I won't call it successful because I was chairing the committee. So I would be blowing my trumpet and I don't know how we have been rated. So I wish to thank everybody who attended this, who contributed in one way or the other, and wish you another successful 50 years of Kebs to come. Thank you very much.
Asante sana. We are now ready for the meal. We give thanks to God for the food. We bless it, we sanctify it, the nourishment of our bodies in Jesus' name. I'd kindly request that we allow our guests to serve first. The Kebs family, please just allow the guests to serve first. We have a serving spot where I'm standing here. Just make your way straight in no particular order. Please welcome for lunch. Karibuni sana, karibuni sana. Please welcome this side.
This is for you, Jesus. Just wonder on the beat. Let's go. From the moment Jewanonda, Ompa Debirunjera, Montwala Walunjate. From the moment Jenakwekwatant,
For Kebs staff, we go to this other side behind the tent. Kebs choir, muko wapi? Take over.
Ile kian boy petut nebra asaye Bongo kabisa mamingala iyo ni jebioso iyo ni nebo man asai iyo ni no ishek iyo ni nebo man oyo ni olele iyo ni lele woy oyo ni olele iyo ni lele woy iyo ni haja iyo ni asai iyo ni tugul haja iyo ni asai iyo ni chip tugul iyo ni nebo man Janne chamyono, atome chamjom. Asai, oyoni olele, oyoni lele woy. Oyoni olele, oyoni lele woy. Haja. Ilaka. Mami gindege mo. Kibai tol. Bongo kausa. Kitinye boy ye. Kitinye boy ye. Kitinye ne bomban. Kitinye boy ye. Kitinye boy ye. Kitinye boy ye. Kitinye boy ye. Tengo. Kitinye boy ye. Kitinye nando. Kitinye boy. Kitinye togo. Kitinye boy ye. Kitinye nando. Kitinye boy. Kitinye boy ye. Iwe kini gongoy. Tabe kwanda nyon. Agobata mnyenyi. Boy ye. Mangeri tam nyenyi. Gaji kwanda lel. Iburgi bagenge. Kitinye nando. Kitinye boy. Kitinye boy ye. Oh hey, love Mami que moy. Amo boy ye. Ongi Martin John. Pitu. Chame. Ye tolil. Amones mo. Chame cho. Chame cho. Chame cho. Chame tintaya. Chame boy sekwe. Chame tebioso. Chame cho. Chame cho. Nongeto. Gigi setwe emai nalo. Gigi setwe emai nalo. Gigi setwe emai nalo. Gigi setwe emai nalo. Gigi baru tugatelela. Gigi barwe tugatelela. Gigi barwe tugatelela. Gigi barwe tugatelela. Gigi baru oko simborori. Gigi barwe oko simborori. Aya
twe moya nedo. Igize moya nedo. Igize twe moya nedo. Igize twe moya nedo. Igize to moya nedo. Igize twe moya. Twe matena no. Gararano, iye gararano, yetuga chelela, iye gararano, tuga chelela, iye gararano, tuga chelela, iye gararano. Yes, tumevumilia 50 years zimeisha. Mvumilivu hula mbivu. Vumilia roho yangu, majaribu ni kama moto. Majaribu ni kama moto unaochoma